Okay. Alrighty. Welcome on in. Gosh, I haven't done this for a long time. Clearly, I haven't done this for a long time. Welcome on in. Welcome. How's everybody? It's been how long since I've done this? I don't know. I have no idea. Hello, everybody. Hello, Azuna. Hello, butterable water. I've never heard of butterable water before, but it sounds like something they should invest in or something like that. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? Happy Saturday, first and foremost. It's been a while since I last streamed. I think it's been more than like 10 days, I think. Right? It was like, let me see, let me look at my calendar right quick. I last streamed on the 15th, Tuesday. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 10 days since my last stream. And boy, has a lot of stuff happened. First and foremost, my trip. That's what's happened. But a lot of other stuff has also happened in the aftermath of that trip too. A lot. And I'm also kind of like I'm pacing myself because I'm kind of tired as well. Like I'm really tired. I'm trying to like keep as much energy focused on this stream right now. But yeah. Based on a joke from a YouTube series called Epithet Erased. Well, I haven't heard of that before, but I hope it's funny. Hope it's funny. But like I said today, I'm back. Yeah. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. So yeah. So oh man. I came back on Tuesday and I feel like man, I'm just like struggling for energy right now, but I'll try to make this through. We got a lot to talk about, a lot of things to discuss, a lot of things to go over with. I used PureRef for once. PureRef is a basically a program that helps you basically gather your reference thoughts. I kind of had trouble using that at first because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. It's one of those programs that has like a very minimalistic UI. Very minimalistic. You have to. There's no like toolbar at all. Everything's just like a giant like notepad on essentially, really. And so having to use that and figure out how it works was kind of a trip, but I got it figured out, and so that should be good to go. A lot of my other friends use PureRefs whenever they're doing these kind of recaps, and I decided, you know what? Why not? It's only $7, and that $7 basically gets you for the lifetime of the program. You get it, so that's good. So that's why I did that. But yeah, welcome on in. Yeah, I guess we could get started, right? I don't really have that much to say right now. It's been a very long morning. A long week actually. Yeah, a very long week. I thought like being back. I honestly thought like being back from my vacation would like re-energize me, but it feels like I feel like I'm kind of on empty again. But I'll go more into that like later on. So I do have some stuff I have to discuss about like the future of the stream. I might have to cut back on streams because I'm kind of running short on energy. There's a lot of stuff happening IRL that's kind of just making it hard right now to stream. So I'll discuss that later. But right now I wanna just keep things nice and happy. I wanna focus on my trip. Which basically started back like I think like a month ago or so, back in late June. A friend basically asked. My friend was basically organizing a trip to a park I guess it's a park, but it's also like a natural a natural park with a basically a bunch of hiking trails and stuff, and a large rock in the middle called Enchanted Rock. And so he asked if I wanted to come and make a weekend out of it, and I said yes, and yeah, that's how this all started, and then yeah. Oh, you recently got Bloodstained Ritual of the Night for your birthday. Oh, nice. I love that game. I just played that game about a couple weeks back before I left for my trip. That's really good. You should definitely play that. Definitely play that. And just get immersed. Just get flipping immersed. Yeah. I think what I like most about that game is just how like good it feels. It's got a good feel. You do a lot of good like zip zap around. It's got good motion, got good movement options. You can really like just like zip through that game if you want to. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, you should definitely enjoy that. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see if we can start this out. So yeah. So I left for about like 5 days on my trip. It started. So a lot of stuff before that was kind of chaotic. I had to deal with like, you know, certain family things going on right now in my life that have kind of like been hard to take care of and handle while we'll try to maintain a good consistent streaming schedule. And so like I was kind of dreading being able to go on this trip in the first place, honestly. Because it was a lot of stuff that's going on right now, and like it's yeah. But anyway, I did get on it, thankfully. I was having a little bit of a conscious trial of conscience of whether I should have gone or not, but I decided, you know what? Why not? I needed this trip, honestly. I honestly need this trip. Let's see here if I can do this right. Oh, is that not showing up? Why is it not showing up? How do I do this, actually? You know what? I never really figured out how to... And this might be too graphic intensive to do this. Oh my gosh. Hopefully this works. Okay, let's see what's going on that's causing a lot of this mischief. Might have to turn off some stuff.
Ain't that just the way?
Yeah, ain't that just the way? Ain't that just the way? That's strange. Why isn't PureRef not showing up? Okay, let me see what's going on with the capture. Excuse me here. I'm just going to do a little bit of a fix and see what's going on here. Rest assured I will get this recap. Yeah, it's supposed to work, but maybe I need to like... Alright, okay. Window capture. Yeah. Automatic. Yes. Capture cursor, no. Okay, there we go. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. Ah, it's not capturing it. Well, this is gonna stink for a recap if I can't use it. Why is it not capturing? Okay, well, I'll figure something out in just a meanwhile, but yeah. I am lagging as bad, really badly. Okay. Right. Hold on. Just a second. All right. Let's see here. All right, I did that. Always on top settings enabled or disable continuous. Settings are enabled. Okay. Okay. Trying to see like. Hold on, let me look at this real quick. I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry. Gosh. Right. Okay. When using Windows Capture to change. Right. Okay. Okay. Figure it out. When using Windows Capture to capture PRF, change capture method in the properties from automatic to Windows graphic capture. Okay. Oh, maybe that'll work. Okay. Let's see here. Windows capture from. Right. Okay. Okay. That should do it. Please work, because I basically spent all afternoon yesterday doing this, and it'd be kind of sucky if it didn't work. Please work. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it, y'all. We got it. What a weird thing to not work. What a weird thing. Okay, well that's good. That's good. We got that going. All right. Whew, man. Jeez. Today is not the day. I tell you what. I tell you what. All right, let's start this. Let's start this. Yeah, crisis averted. Also, hello, Derek. I need your emotional support today. I desperately need emotional support this afternoon. Okay, let's. There we go. Look at that. It works. This stupid thing works. Oh boy. All right. Gosh. Okay. Good. Okay. I have to remind myself to change that setting back just in case it causes any problems with any other stuff I capture. But I'm glad it works. Oh boy. Okay. So here's the recap. Here it is. Beautiful. I spent like all afternoon yesterday picking through pictures and learning how to do this through PureRef, which was kind of simple, but also just, getting used to like anything like this also takes time. So I'm glad I learned this, but yeah, it was kind of a trip to learn to do. And mind you, I did a lot of stuff yesterday. Like yesterday, I went to go like get an eye exam, which didn't take as long as I thought it would, but just like having to just like wait, call up, make sure my appointment was still on schedule, all that stuff kind of burns a little energy, especially with all the other energy I'm kind of burning right now. But I'm glad I did that. I picked up a nice pair that won't be coming in until like August. So hopefully that will be all right. Anywho, let's see here. So yeah, I was gone these many days. It's gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Yeah, you can see I did a lot, including Saturday, which basically was the group hiking trip meetup. You'll see that it goes from here to all the way, all the way. Oh, hold on. I didn't do something. I forgot to do something, or something didn't go right. All the way down there. Hold on. I'll show you that in a moment. Let me fix something really quick because something did not censor itself when I wanted to. Here, let me make sure this is okay. What happened to it? Where is it? Did it just disappear? Or did I move something and it did not carry over? Did not carry over. Okay, well that's cool. I can fix that really quick. I can find. Oh, there he is. A little rascally. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna lock these two in place so they don't get. I like the options where you can just like lock things in place and they can't be like moved around. That I think that's a good. I think that's a good thing. Okay. All right. Okay, now we can basically start this count. So. All right. So yeah, I was gone from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. It was like a very basically like a 4-day weekend if you think about it. Like, so I was pretty much gone for a pretty good portion of last weekend. It was nice. I definitely needed the trip out and was really, really great. This is really, really great. Just like getting out for once. I needed it so badly. So badly I needed it. All right. So let's begin on Thursday. That's the start of our trip, or my trip, I should say. So as you can see, this is where I started off with, and you might say, "What is this place, Bimo? What is this? It looks like a parking lot." Well, it's a parking lot because that's where the bus, that's where the trolley or the shuttle that takes me to the other bus station. Because I did take a bus for this trip. I went full bus for this trip, which yeah, yeah, I tell you, that was a hoot. For some reason my buses were late, but I'll get into that later. But yeah, this is the parking lot to where the shuttle takes you to the bigger bus station. I was like waiting out here probably around 9 in the morning, something like that. So I was just waiting here. And thankfully, it didn't take too long to arrive, and I was already pretty much on my way to the bus station, which was about, say, about like 35 minutes from where I live. I had to be at the bus station like about 45 minutes before my bus left, but some stuff happened the day prior, and so I had to like basically be out here earlier than I wanted to, and so yeah. Yeah, I basically had to be out here earlier than I want to because my bus didn't leave until like 2:45 in the afternoon. But I had to leave early because some complicated stuff happened the day prior, and so I just had to leave at 9 to the bus station and just like wait there until my bus like departed. But yeah, this didn't take too long. After a while, it's like a yellow bus that comes by and picks up people, and it takes them to two places. It takes them to the airport, and it takes them to the bus station, the major bus station in the area. And so yeah, it's just rounds up people. You do have to have exact change or a bus pass to get on this shuttle. Costs $2, which thankfully I managed to like. I went to an ATM. I got some cash out, and I spent it on something just to get money, just to get change or cash back in order to like pay for the shuttle. So I was able to do that. That wasn't the problem, thankfully. Thankfully, you know what I would have to say, like outside of everything else, like my whole like trip to and back from San Antonio, which is where I was going, to Enchanted Rock. Enchanted Rock, by the way, is like in the middle of the Texas desert. In fact, I can show you where it is on here. Let me give you a nice Enchanted Rock. Basically a mountain in Texas. That's what I should probably have said. It's a mountain in Texas, but let's see here if I can flip this. All right, here we go. Where is? Yeah, so this is Enchanted Rock. It is a mountain out in the. I guess you could say it's in the southwest, southeast. Yeah, southeast portion of Texas. This giant rock. It's this big thingy right here. In fact, let me see if I can get some. Can I not do this up here? But here, let me do that here. But yeah, this is what Enchanted Rock is. It's a giant rock, a mountain rock that has basically a bunch of trails that kind of just like encircle around it. Um, and boy, when we grouped up and met there, because it was not just me and my friend. It was basically he organized this whole group thing, and it was basically a bunch of other furs that decided to do this whole trip. Um, so, but that I mean, there wasn't just us. There was a lot of people there. A lot of people there. Like I can't believe the amount of people that were like hiking on this thing. There was a lot. Um, yeah, and you can see this is a map of the basically this is where it is actually. You can see it here. It's about west of Austin and north of San Antonio. It's about in this area right here. If you remember the stories about the flooding around this part of Texas, in particular a place called Kerrville, and Kerrville is like kind of close to this area as well. I think it's like south or like west or no, it's east of Fredericksburg, which is the localist like city town next to next to I wish I could like get a bigger map of this. Um, but yeah, here, you know what? Let's go back to here. I can give you like here, like open the maps. To give you a good like where it is. See, this is where it is right here, like in the middle of like Texas. Okay. Oh. Map's loading a little slow for some reason. Oh, there we go. I forgot it's left click, not right click. Okay. Yeah, and here's Kerrville right here. That's where a lot of the flooding unfortunately happens. Which is unfortunate, but thankfully we weren't going past that way, so we weren't in any kind of like trouble. But yeah, there's Kerrville. There is that should be it shows up. I have all these places marked because like when we were going, I decided, you know what, I'm gonna see what this town has. But this is Fredericksburg right here. I wonder if there's a way to like get rid of those little marks. Anyway, yeah. So that's Fredericksburg right there, and this is like there's like a small like country road you take, but I'm getting a little bit too far ahead of yourself. So this is where we were going. As you can see, this is what it looks like from afar, from a distance. Ignore this doofus right here. But this is basically it. This is Enchanted Rock right here. So that is what we're planning on going on Saturday. Back to Thursday before I did anything else. Let's go back to Thursday. Let's do this. All right. So Thursday, bus picks me up. Everything's going pretty much as planned. I just have to like wait for my bus to arrive. Which doesn't get off. It doesn't depart until 2:45. So I arrived around, I'd say around 11 at the bus station, and I just have 2 to 3 hours to wait essentially. So I thought, well, maybe I should get something to eat because like I'm gonna probably be hungry. So I did, and I found a local pizza spot. I forgot what it's called, and this is really bad on me, but I did get some pizza while I waited for my bus. And for some reason, the restaurant, and the pizza was good, by the way. This is really good pizza. Service was a little but you know what? I was fine. I had plenty of time to like wait for my bus there. So I decided, you know what? It's whatever. Pizza is good though. Enjoyed my pizza. It also had like a weird, like the restaurant had like a weird like parrot motif going on too. They had like pieces of paper that you could like color a parrot and post it on the wall. It was really nice. They also had like a TV on while I was there, playing like music videos from the 90s. Like they were playing like
Smashing Pumpkins, Alice in Chains, Nirvana, the Foo Fighters. I don't. I mean, I didn't. You know, it was cool. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? But yeah, I was there for quite a bit. Just like charging my phone because I mean, my phone needed to be charged. The person there was pretty nice. Made sure my you know let me charge my phone there while I waited for my bus. And so yeah, I was there waiting for about 2 or 4 hours, and then 2 o'clock came around. I think around two. Yeah, 2 o'clock or 1:30 came around. So I was just basically just there. I had already eaten my food. I was basically just there, just like squatting, honestly, looking at my phone. Um, hey macaroni, hello macaroon. I just called you macaroni. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. Welcome on in, macaroon. Welcome on in. We're basically starting. Let's just see. You got the right time. Look at this. You got like a couple of days to like explain what's happening on this trip. Look at this. We're here on Thursday though. I'm waiting for my bus. I'm waiting for my bus, eating pizza. Um. Yeah. So I was waiting here for a bit for my bus because like I had to be dropped off early. And so I had a couple hours to kill before I departed. And so I ate pizza. About 1:30 came around. And so I decided to leave and walk back to the bus station ready to depart. And thankfully, yeah, I got on my bus and it left pretty promptly. Um, yeah, that wasn't the departure wasn't the bad part, honestly. The bad part would come later, and I don't quite understand why my bus was delayed, but it got delayed at some point. So, but you know, everything was looking good. You know, my bus actually had like working Wi-Fi and an outlet, which is like something that has never happened in any of the previous times I have traveled via bus or Greyhound. That has never happened before. I've never received a bus that has Wi-Fi, working Wi-Fi, like actually working functional Wi-Fi and like power outlets to charge my stuff. It's just crazy. Um, Unfortunately, that would be the like. Unfortunately, that like. Yeah, unfortunately, that didn't last. My good fortune, unfortunately, didn't last for long. Because eventually for some reason, and also yeah for some reason the bus was so nice that it actually had like fasten seatbelt like embroidered on the back of the seat, which I've never seen before actually. um yeah, but everyone was going well, and then we reached McAllen. We reached the second, because this bus unfortunately has like multiple stops, and that's where the troubles started to happen. That's when the troubles happen. Also, hello, Caliph. Look at what I've done. Look what I've done. If I can remember how to do it. Look at this. Look, I'm finally doing it. Look at it. Look at this. Look at it. I have 5 more days to do, but we'll get through it quickly because like I think I'm more focused. I'm more focused today. But yeah, unfortunately, for some reason, when I get to my second stop, the bus gets delayed by like 15 minutes, and then every stop afterwards, an eventual 15-minute delay gets topped on. And so when I was supposed to arrive at like 8:30, yeah, exactly. I don't need a clicker. Although you can click at me if you think I'm going too fast. If I'm going too fast, you can definitely slow me down. But yeah, as you can see, like my bus got delayed by like every stop, an additional like 15 minutes got topped on. And what's even worse is the bus got fuller and fuller as like it stopped at every individual stop. And unfortunately, my bad luck ran out, and someone got on the seat next to me, and that was like
that was rough. Like I could have I could have like handled the delays, well, like the fine, shit happens, right? Delays, they happen, But the moment this person sat next to me, that's when like I felt like the trip got like the bus trip up to San Antonio got considerably worse. Because this person that I was sitting next to did not have an iota of personal boundary. Like he was filling up his seat like he fucking owned the joint. That's like sick. Like his like he had his legs spread apart, touching mine. He was like using both the armrests. He was just like he just did not like I was like trying to fend for my life in this little corner of my space, and he kept on like stepping over the boundary every time. And I was like, oh my God, please just let me, please just give me some personal space. And that lasted for like all of the trip up to San Antonio. And I was like, by the time I got to San Antonio, I was like so flippin' relieved to get off, because I just could not handle like being in that situation. I felt like I was like a sardine, and I hate sardines. um Gosh. Yeah, so that was a pain in the butt. But thankfully, like I got through it. I got through it all, and I kind of made it to San Antonio around, say around about 9:05. About 9:05, yeah. But man, it was the worst. And thankfully, my friend Will also goes by Mordecai. Thankfully he was there to meet me at the bus station. But gosh, was that such a rough ride? Like getting up there, it was such a rough ride. Thankfully my ride back home was much more better, even though that got delayed too for some reason. I have no idea what happens this weekend, but all the buses were delayed for some reason. I have no idea. I'm just gonna blame our failing infrastructure as usual for that one. But yeah, yeah. So here's basically like blocks away from the bus station, and the bus station there in San Antonio is in downtown. It's in the downtown area. It's about, I'd say like 4 or 5 blocks away from the Alamo. That's how like close away it is. So if I wanted to, I could have just like walked to the Alamo, took a picture. But I did that last time on my other previous trip to San Antonio. You can look at that later. Or is that VOD still up? I don't know if that VOD's up anymore. Anyway, I don't care anymore. But yeah, thankfully my friend was there. He was waiting for me like a couple blocks away. Much less traffic than there was last time, because I think the last time I came up, it was around it was like March Madness. They had like the championship game for the Final Four, the basketball game, the big college basketball game. Was like, I basically came up around the same day that was being held in San Antonio, and there was like a bunch of traffic, and like, yeah, there was a lot of busyness. Thankfully, not so much this time. Thankfully, like everything went well. Afterwards, like I was so like ready to get off this bus, because the person next to me, is that their ankles? No, I think this is someone else. That is right there. That's their ankles right there. that's their knees, like basically touching mine, and like really like just like I will say thankfully he was like asleep for like most of the trip up. So at least he wasn't like noisy or anything like that, or bothersome. He was just asleep. So yeah, I guess that was good. But yeah, thankfully, I was able to meet up with Mordecai, Morty, or Will. I call him Will sometimes. But thankfully we were able to meet outside. He picks me up. He asks me if he asks if I'm hungry. I say yes. And so for dinner we had Taco Bell. I wanted something so like, I don't know. I think my fuel for getting off that bus kind of also fueled what I wanted for dinner. And so I decided I just wanted Taco Bell. I wanted to feel as disgusting as I felt coming up, coming up to San Antonio. And that was nice. It was nice. And so that was for my first day. That was Thursday. Not much happened on Thursday besides just me like enduring all the trials and tribulations of like travel. Like travel sucks. Like just travel just sucks in general. There's no avoiding how much like traveling just sucks. It kind of just is like a fact of life. Unless you like you have your own car and you're able to just like do everything that way. You know? If I had a car, I would just go up and just, you know, do it that way because that's just much more like you don't have to deal with other people. That's the whole problem with traveling. It's like public transit and just like traveling in general. It's just like having to deal with other people. But yeah, that was Thursday. Outside of the bus delays and having to deal with that one dude sitting next to me, I had some really nice pizza. That was really good. And yeah, we made it up. It was fun. I'd say it was an adventure. So let's go to Friday. Friday is a lot more busy. As you can see. As you can see, like my whole Saturday is definitely going to take a while to get through because you can see it goes a lot more south than the other days. But then again, a lot of stuff happened on Saturday. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. Let's get back to here. So that's Thursday. I made it to my destination. All is well. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. So we had to wake up early on Friday, mostly because my friend Will had to go cut his hair. He had like basically had a barbershop appointment in this building downtown called the Burns building. And it's like a 4-story like municipal building that they kind of like put like, you know, shops in and like office space in. And in the corner of this little building is a place called, you're gonna love this, you're gonna love the logo for this. It's called Puro Handsome Barbershop. Puro meaning what does that mean in Spanish? I forgot. Fully. Yeah, fully. It basically means fully handsome, right? Barbershop. And look, it's got a rat. It's got a rat as its logo. Look at that. It's a barber rat. I don't think a barber actually cut my friend's hair, but I wish it did. But yeah, I took a picture of this logo. It was really cute. I love this greaser. I guess you can call it like a greaser rat, right? It's got greaser hair. He's got shades. His whiskers her little, you know, they've been through something, right? He's tough, right? He's probably seen some things, you know. He's probably gotten a few like bar fights and stuff. Yeah, I love this logo. This logo is cool. Go if you're in need of a barber in downtown San Antonio. Go look these guys up. My friend Will like definitely like recommends them. Also, look, if you look in the background, there's a Voodoo Donuts here, and unfortunately, we didn't get to try the Voodoo Donuts. That was my only regret because we were close to a Voodoo Donuts, and we just did not go to it. I did not feel like a donut that day. That also inflicted my choices there. Yeah, this area here that surrounds this Burns building is like it's in like the heart of downtown San Antonio, which is in the current midst of like regeneration. Like everything's like looking like modern and a lot of money's being poured to make it look like trendy. I think trendy's the word I'm going to use. Yeah, trendy basically. Like there's a bunch of like new shops and shops that I can't afford, shops that I would never afford. All around where this building is. And so yeah. Oh, so hello, Rusty. Welcome on in. With that razor blade, I bet he's ended some bar fights too. Yeah. I bet you he's used this shave, this razor here to cut some troublemakers.
I kind of wanted. I was kind of like on the fence of whether I wanted to like get a haircut myself, and I decided against it just because I was trying to like mind my budget, but also because you need an appointment to see this barber, and so yeah. So like what you do is you basically you call them up, you set an appointment, and you come at your designated time. That's basically how this works. But yeah, it's good. I should probably get my haircut here again, sometime. But while I was waiting for my friend Will to get his haircut, I grabbed the coffee. There was also like a coffee shop inside the Burns building, and I got myself like a latte, like an iced latte, and I was just outside, just admiring, because there's a lot of like one of the best things about downtown San Antonio is there's a bunch of just like artwork like this, a lot of really neat stuff like murals and stuff. All like a bunch of buildings just have murals on them, and they're really nice and they're really cool. Uh, and like that's like one of the best things about like walking in the downtown area is just that there's just so much sights to see. If you're into like art, there's a lot of this stuff for you. It's really cool. And so yeah, I was just waiting in this patio area for my friend to get out from his haircut, his barber shop appointment. Um, and yeah, we were there for quite a bit. I don't think for that long. I think like he was done in about 30 minutes, about 30 minutes or so, relatively quick. And so yeah, we were kind of done with that. And so we were also kind of hungry because we didn't like, we woke up and immediately we just went downtown to this area. And so like, so yeah, we were a bit hungry. We were definitely a bit hungry. And so we decided, you know what, let's go find something to eat. Let's get something to eat. And so we go to this so these are like pretty prominent in around like San Antonio. It's a bakery called La Panderia. Um, and also if you look at in back in this picture, there's another mural here. That's right here. That's the San Antonio Spurs jersey, by the way. But yeah, we went to this restaurant, this bakery cafe called La Panderia, and they serve sweetbread, Mexican sweetbread, and also like food. They also you can get like breakfast stuff too. You can get anything on a croissant because yeah. In fact, I wanted to order like a ham and cheese croissant, but unfortunately they all sold out. These places are like packed. Like when I went to it, when we were lining up, me and Will, this place was like out. There was like a line like forming out the entrance. That's how like packed this was. Uh, so like yeah, you can say they have conchas. This is all sweetbread. This one has like this one's Nutella. It's basically a sweetbread filled with Nutella. Yeah, some of these are filled, and they look really good. I did not get these because I did not want this level of sweet this morning, unfortunately. I decided I just wanted a croissant, and so I order a croissant. Will orders. I think this is a what's this called? The cream. There's like cream cheese and blueberries in it. What's this called? Like a turnover? So not a turnover. What's it called? Um, Gosh, I'm blinking on what this pastry is called. But it was good. It was really good. He got coffee. I got water because I had already had coffee. I didn't want too much caffeine in my system. Um, but yeah. This was really good. Even though it wasn't warmed up, it was still really good. Like they make everything like in house. The their bakery stuff. So that was really good. Hold on, I'm gathering my thoughts here. Hold on just a second here. Let's see here. A Danish. Why didn't I not say Danish? Yeah, it was a Danish, right? That looks like a Danish, right? Yeah, I was like trying to come up with the words of what this looked like. It's basically a Danish with cream cheese and blue cheese. I did not and blueberries. I did not try this unfortunately because I just wanted my croissant. I didn't really want anything else after that. But yeah, that was neat. That was really neat. Yeah. And so that was basically the morning. We walked a bit around the downtown area. We went to this little local park there too. We just walked around for a bit. We only had like an hour or so of like paid parking because if you go to downtown, you do have to pay for parking. So that was nice. It was nice, you know. It was just us two together walking around downtown San Antonio, just looking at the sights. And it was nice. Yeah, it was nice. And so we went back home because we had plans for late in the afternoon. And so we went back to Will's place where I was staying. I should have like made this point. Like I was staying with Will. I was staying with this guy. All through the weekends at his place. Where I've stayed before. I've actually stayed at Will's place previously. It's a very, very good host. But yeah. So like yeah, we get through breakfast and we do panderia. We were talking about Saturday during while we were like eating our pastries. We were like discussing about Saturday's plans. Trying to discuss, okay, where do we meet up afterwards? Do we have a restaurant in mind that everyone wants to go to? All that kind of stuff because he basically organized this whole weekend, honestly. He basically organized the Saturday group meet to Enchanted Rock. Yeah. So yeah. So I was basically like bouncing off ideas of what to do, where to go afterwards, stuff like that. Because it is difficult to like plan these kind of like fur group meetups. You know, people all have their own ideas of what to do and what they want to do and stuff. And so, yeah. So Will was really good at like planning everything. I'd say he was really great at just like doing that kind of stuff. But that's not until Saturday. So eventually we would go back to Will's place on Friday. This is Friday again. We spent a little time on the couch, just hanging around, talking, shooting the breeze, as they say. And eventually we decide, okay, he wants to take me to basically it's basically a place where he and his friends go to play rhythm games because Will is big into rhythm games, and so he goes to this shop it's like a town that's like outside the outskirts of San Antonio called Leon Valley, and it's called I'll basically explain what it's called. But yeah, we decide that's what we want to do. We want to go to this place, this meetup place, where he goes and his other like rhythm game friends all go to, and so that's the plan for the afternoon. It's good to do that. And so we start. I think we leave around 4 or 3, maybe because we had to beat the traffic. I think that's one of the things why we left around 3 is because like around 4 or 5, that's when the traffic in San Antonio gets pretty brutal. And so we decided to leave around then just to beat the traffic. Kind of worked. We kind of still ended up you still kind of like ended up like hold on just a second. Hold on. How do I? Why is there no? Just I want to delete you. Okay, well I'll treat you. I'll deal with you later. Anyway, Anyway, so hold on. Can I? How come there's no? Where's my mod powers? Where are you? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, please.
Just ban. Just ban. Or just delete. Yeah. Oh, I should have just done that too. Oh well. Anyway. Distracted. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. But yeah, so we leave to this meetup place. This is basically basically it's like an anime / arcade called Otaku Cafe. And you'll see a picture of what it looks like in just a second. So we leave, but on the way up to Otaku Cafe, we stopped at basically a convenience store, a gas station convenience store called a Quick Trip, and they're all over like central North Texas. We don't have any, for some reason we don't have any quick trips down here. This is the weirdest thing. We just don't have any. Like I think the nearest one is probably like in San Antonio, which is like 4 or 5 hours away. So we stop at one of these quick trips, and I have trouble saying that because it involves the Q and the T, of course. But while we're there, I spotted this cleaning the floors. It's a robot. Look, it's a robot. They actually have robots cleaning the floors. That's crazy. I've never seen this before. Look at this little guy. Look at him just like cleaning the floors. And he's like cute. He's got like a cute little face. He's got cute little eyes. I'm trying to think like where his mouth is. I think this is his mouth, right? The little like lower lip, right? And so I decided to take some pictures. We just stopped here because we need energy drinks. We're getting some energy drinks here. So we bought energy drinks. I saw this little guy like clean the floors, and I decided to take a picture of him. Or them. I should be mindful of that. Yeah, this little cute little guy was like cleaning the floor, and I just took a picture of him. But yeah, eventually we made it to a taco cafe. We did eventually made it. And here's it. Here's the taco cafe. Here it is. Look at that logo. Look at that logo. Yeah, that's a anime arcade. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's an anime arcade store. That's essentially what it is. Also, hello Dag. Welcome on. We're doing a recap. Look at the recap. Look how big it is. Look how big. Look how big the recap is. It's freaking huge. Oh, come on in. We're on Friday. We're still on Friday, so you're still pretty early. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to pace myself because I'm trying to like not to get too tired because we have like 1, 2, 3, 4 more days, and I need to like pace myself. Yeah, I had a good time. So after a little pit stop at the convenience store, gas station, we ended up at me and Will ended up at arcade, Otaku Arcade, where there's like just a bunch of like Japanese like paraphernalia. Honestly, like you can buy like Japanese drinks, Japanese candies. You can buy like melon bread. You can also buy like anime kits and anime dolls and all that stuff. All that stuff you can like purchase here. You can also like have like there's like seating there too if you want to have like board game meetups and stuff. All that stuff. But they also have an arcade with a bunch of like rhythm games. And here's the arcade. Here's the arcade here. As you can see, it's a pretty big arcade. They got fighting games. They have a row of TVs if you have a console you want to plug it into and host like tournaments and stuff. Yeah, you can see there's like in the back, there's like a row of like a bunch of rhythm games from like Dance Dance Revolution to the things with the big roundy sticks with the big drum. What's it called? I don't know. There's music pop right there.
Poppin' music's here. This little thing right here, that yellow thing in between. There's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of like rhythm games in the back here, and that's partly why like my friends come here, is because there's just rhythm games you can just like go to. But you do have to pay. It's basically on like a an hour system. You basically go to the front, and they have like wristbands that basically like want to stay an hour, 2 hours, or all day. And I think for this one we stayed like for 2 hours. I think mostly because my friend wanted to do the drum, the beatora, or what's it called? What's a good name for it? But here's poppin' music. Here's poppin' music. I'd never seen a poppin' music arcade machine before. And this one was pretty cute. I was playing this for a while. It's pretty hard. I'm not really good. I'm not really good at like poppin' music or any rhythm game, honestly. I pretty much struggle. Yeah. And like there was also this like Gundam machine too, where you could pilot a Gundam and I had like a try like multi like there's like three screens like folded together to basically make like a cockpit of like a Gundam, and you basically go on and like and battle in a Gundam suit. And it was kind of cool, but also kind of hard to control because it like I couldn't really wrap my minds like around the controls of this thing. But here it is in action. This is what it looks like behind the cockpit. Like you like yeah. Yeah, you have your armor, your boosts. But that was like you go around like this map with other like pilots, and you just shoot like enemy like machines, enemy Gundams and stuff. There's like two seats to this thing too. Connected to this one, there's like another machine, and basically all these machines in particular connects up to the internet, and you can have like ad hoc. Basically, you have like a group of like I don't know how many, but you have a large group of people like piloting machines, and they can all be connected, and you can all like share the same like map. So that was cool, but they that basically for this like arcade they had that disabled. You could just only just like do like you can only play with like PC like NPCs or CPUs essentially. Yeah. So yeah, that was kind of cool. We were doing this. There was machines here. All the machines here, all the fighting games you see here are also on free play. So if you just want to sit down, just play Third Strike or Tekken or whatever, you can basically do that. You can basically do that. Arcades like this are cool though. There used to be one near you, but it closed. Oh, that's sad. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, this place was pretty bumping. Like this for like a Friday afternoon. Place was pretty bumping. It's a pretty much a local like favorite spot of like the not only like the furry community, but also like of San Antonio, but also like the rhythm community, the rhythm game community too. So thankfully, this place gets like a lot of business. As you'll see when we come back again on Sunday, how much business this place gets. But yeah, I also played what's this game called? It's got like the roundy bits that kind of like it's like a touch panel game. Oh man, I forgot what this was called. I played this last time at a round one. Essentially, the color panels here, you can basically like they're like touch panels, and you can like you can tap, you can swipe, you can all that stuff to beat. Waka, that's it. Waka, it's called Waka. Thank you. Yeah. In particular, I think this machine was called Waka Reverse, which I think is probably like an updated version of this arcade machine. But yeah, you basically use your hands to like on this touchpad that like 360s this monitor. You see here, you basically like use that, and you just like you basically follow the chart as it appears on this screen right here. And I was playing that for a while, and I was having some fun. As you can see, I got a couple of like S's and A's on this one. Of course, this was like, these were like newbie charts. These are for like beginners, but I was kind of proud of that. I was kind of proud of myself for getting like S pluses. I happen to like Waka. Like that's the only rhythm game I've been able to like get into because it just doesn't like require that much like physical endurance to do. Like DDR and even like the other Binami games are just like too intense, and this was at least a bit more casual. I don't know. I have bad like foot, like for some reason my head and my feet, like I've just had bad like feet coordination, and so it's tough for me to like play those types of like demanding games where you have to like think with your feet, right? Um, and so yeah, but that was fun. I had a nice time there. We were there for quite a for quite a bit actually, for like 2 hours. And it was fun. You know, I enjoy arcades. Arcades are fun. And if you are in the Leon Valley area of San Antonio, head on over to Anime Arcade. Yeah, this place was nice. It was really nice. I liked the vibe there. The people were there nice there too. The store owner was there too, I think, or they were like behind the counter, I think. And yeah, you can see this is a pretty much a favorite like hotspot for people to go and get their anime on. Which I try to get my anime on. That's just not something I flex. Yeah. Yeah, they have like events. They hold events there too. Um, I think they have um like gunplay building events too. They also host stuff like that. I think like yeah, Otaku like Gundam Nights. This is essentially a gunplay like build meet that they have. Yeah. So if you need to get your gunplay on, I recommend Otaku Cafe in the Leon Valley area. It's funny. My friend Will was telling me a bit about this area, in particular Leon Valley, and how it's pretty strict. They have a lot of like ordinances that the local businesses have to like follow, and that's pretty shitty. It's pretty crappy. Thankfully, this place has kind of survived, and so yeah, definitely go see it. I had fun. It was only like for like a 2 hour like excursion. Um, is that no? Okay, I thought that was my friend Will in that shot there, but yeah. Played pop and music, played Waka, played this weird Gundam game that was all in Japanese, mind you. Like the whole menu system was like in Japanese, and so I was like trying to figure out how like to actually like use the machine. I had to like there's like a taped like message on the cabinet that she like basically instructs you how to like to follow along to start up the game. But yeah, that was kind of cool. Oh, there's an ad break. Probably a good time to take a little bit of break. In fact, I think I'm gonna rest my throat for a bit. Oh man, I've been talking about. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well this Saturday. And thank you all for like dropping on by. I've been kind of like feeling really tired, honestly, as of late, but I had to do this. I had to muster up some energy to do this. Yeah. So I'm glad glad I'm streaming today. Yeah. Well, let me drink some water because I've been like going without water for a bit. All right. Okay, ad break's almost over. Got about like 5 seconds left. Take a little moment of pause here. Hold on, just a second, y'all. Whew, let me catch my breath for just a second. Just a second. I'm not as talented as Caliph as at these things. that kangaroo can gab for days. All right, he's a gabber, a yapper, and a gabber. Okay, just took like a Hall's medicated like cough drop just to help me get through this. So yeah, that was like by my Saturday, like Friday afternoon, right? And then like after a while, after 2 hours, I get hungry because all I had eaten that morning was like sweetbread, like a croissant. That's all I had this morning was that. And so we decide, you know what? Let's also welcome on into everybody who's just showed in. Here's this rat barbershop. Look at that logo. That logo's cool. Yeah. I just want to make that known. But yeah. So eventually I get hungry. Will gets hungry. Here's Will, by the way. This is Will. We get hungry and decide, okay, where do we go to eat? He recommends this noodle shop that's nearby called, it's got a simple name. It's called Kung Fu Noodle. It's the name of the shop. And as you can see, and this is a comment I made upon seeing this building. It kind of looks like basically a gas station convenience store. I had made this remark that the building that that this restaurant was in looked like a former like convenience store, like a Circle K or something, right? But yeah, so we go in. Apparently, this food was really good. By the way, this is like one of the highlight of the trips was this food, Kung Fu Noodle. They basically serve like Chinese noodles and dumplings, all really good, all so good, really really good stuff. Oh man, how I knew it was even better is that when I entered into this place, this greeted me on the way in. This cute little welcome sign. Two little raccoons holding on, wishing you welcome to this noodle place, Kung Fu Noodle. Yeah, I had to take a picture of this because, of course, why not? Raccoons, right? Oop, go away. Why not, right? Raccoons. But yeah, the food here was great, and here's the food. This is I believe this is a beef noodle soup with wide noodles, and man, the beef was really good. I think Will got lamb noodles. I think he got lamb noodles. He also got like a plate of like chive and pork dumplings. Also, I think my music just went off. Yeah, it did. Let me shuffle that again. There we go. All right. Service was really good too. Really nice people there too. I just had some water. But yeah, these bowls are big. This is not like I wish this picture could like convey the size of these bowls, because these bowls are flipping huge. They were really, really huge. And look at the size of that beef. Look at that beef. Look at it. Look at the beef. Look at the beef. There's a bigger beef never seen in a bowl full of noodles. Noodles is really good too. Really, really good. And so was the broth. The broth was like aces. Flipping aces. Oh, I love the noodles, man. They were so good. Oh man. Oh, it was so good. So good. And so were the dumplings. The dumplings are really good too. And they had like this sesame seed sauce like on the table that you could like pour like that little spoon in the jar that you basically like can take out and like pour into these little little tiny saucers, and you basically put the sauce in the little like saucers, and then you can dip your dumplings in it, and man, it was really good. It was really flipping good. It was so good. This restaurant was really good. It was really good. It was a really good meal. A really good meal. So much so, and this is kind of embarrassing to say, but I think I got steam burn from basically being close to the I think I steam burned my eyes because I was this close trying to slurp up the noodles and the soup and the broth, which was a mistake. Don't do that, guys. Don't if you see a very hot pot or bowl and it's steaming, don't hold your face into it. You will hurt your eyes that way. And I had a bit of a minor like steam burn for the rest of the day. Yeah. But otherwise this was good. This was really good. This is really good. I would go back here again if I could. Especially since they have raccoons in the wall. Here, let me do this like that. But yeah. Yeah, that was fun. That was good. That was good meat, man. That was a good meal. That was really good. Man, all the food, I would say all the food experiences on this trip was really good. I did not have a bad meal at all. At all. And that I think that made the trip. It's like not having like one bad like food experience. It helps that I had someone experienced in Will, who's lived in San Antonio since he was a kid, to basically like be my guide, to be like, okay, you want to eat this, you want to eat there. Like, thank goodness for Will, thank goodness for him. So yeah, that was the noodle place. It was really good. Gosh, that was really good. Like really, really good. I need to post some of these food pictures online too, because I didn't take all of them. I didn't share all of them. They're still I think they're still on my iPhone too. But yeah, that was my meal. That was my meal. So after we were done with Kung Fu Noodle, we go back home to this place. We chill out. We're basically getting like mentally prepared for Saturday, because like the next day is going to be pretty it's going to really test our endurance and our strength. And so, we decided, we're just going to chill, not do anything else. Friday was mostly just a chill, relaxed day, not do anything kind of extraneous, like anything that might, hurt us going on Saturday to the trip. And so we were kind of done by around like 7, right? And so we were just hanging out at Will's place, watching YouTube videos, talking. But he decides at some point, like, he wants to play Scrabble, because he has a small collection of like board games in his place. And so he decides, what, let's play a board game. Let's play Scrabble. So we play Scrabbled. We played Scrabble for the evening. I think it was around like 9 or 10 when we played Scrabble. I'm not good at Scrabble. I'm not really good at I'm not good at games like this, unfortunately. I had a hard time trying to, either I was kind of tired from the day prior traveling, or just something. I just was not in the mood for a word game like this. But it was close. It was kind of close. He only beat me by 80 points, I think. And I hadn't played Scrabble in a long time. A really long time either. So getting accustomed to the game again was kind of interesting. Yeah. Also, shout out to my feet here. Here's my little toes. Here's my one single toe here. Here you go, foot fetishes. And this is for you. My feet right there. Look at that. Look at my feet. So sorry. I'm being deranged, aren't I? I'm sorry. But yeah, that was basically our evening. We just played Scrabble. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I hadn't played Scrabble in a while. Um, yeah. Apparently, you can't do diagonals in Scrabble. Is that true? You can't do diagonals in Scrabble? So I was trying to do diagonals to do some words, but unfortunately, you can't do that. Or maybe that's not like it's not generally a rule that everyone plays with. Because I was like having trouble like making words, honestly. Yeah. I need to start to get more into board games, honestly, because everyone I know, especially amongst this like fruit like this friend group that Will is a part of, they all love board games. So I'm like the kind of like the odd person out. Like I have little to little experience or like time recently like playing board games. So I'm just like that's just not it's not something I do frequently. That's not a hobby that I have. But a lot of the people Will knows are very much heavily invested into board games, and so that's just something I'm gonna have to like pick up on, do a little bit more. And honestly, I don't mind it. I don't mind getting into more board games. They're kind of fun. I like the social aspect. The social aspect of board games is really nice. So, yeah, yeah. I will definitely do more of board game stuff in the future. And there will be more board game talk in this recap. So do not worry. We'll get into some other like board games I played over this weekend. But yeah, that was my Friday. That was my Friday. Kind of a full day, honestly. This is kind of a nice little trip, honestly, right? Wake up early in the morning, walk around downtown, grab a coffee, and then go get breakfast, right? A nice light breakfast, pastry, right? And then, see a robot. We saw a robot, and then we had hanged out in an arcade. And then we came home. We got some noodles, some wonderful noodles, Chinese noodles, beautiful stuff. And then we played some Scrabble. That was basically my Friday. Yeah. That was really good. Like, yeah, that was really nice. I really enjoyed my Friday. Really enjoyed my first day. Definitely enjoyed it. Okay. Well then, let's head over to the behemoth. Because as you can see, um, this is gonna take a while to get through. Oh boy, that's gonna take a long time to get through. And not yet. Yep. Yep. So why don't we take a break? I'm gonna take a bit of a 5 minute break actually, so we can start on Saturday. That way I have enough energy to like do this too, because I don't want to like definitely I do not want to like I definitely want to have enough pace to make it through the rest of this day. But I'm gonna take a bit of a short break here. Say we'll be back around 5 minutes, right? Yeah, because I've been streaming for about an hour and a half, and I've been talking a lot, so I think I might do that. I'll take a bit of a short break here. So, in the meanwhile, I'll run a little break. If you all need to get up and also like get up and stretch and drink water, all that good stuff, go do that too. Take care of yourselves, and when we come back, we'll do Saturday. We'll do the actual summit, the trip to the summits of Enchanted Rock. So, please do stay tuned, please.
All right. Okie dokie. All right. Had to get a bit of a snack during that little break. Oh boy. Because yes, talking about food does make me hungry. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Also made myself some more coffee too, because I needed a bit of the caffeine boost. Right. All right, I'm ready to go. Okay. Hope I didn't keep you guys waiting. Sorry for that little bit of a break, but it had been a while before, like, so like the last time I streamed was like 10 days ago. I feel I need to get like, ramp myself up. I need to get like warmed up. Get back into the swing of things. Okay. So now we're on to Saturday. And Saturday is like the central focal point of this whole trip. It's basically why I went up in the first place. Okay. So we are finally here at Saturday. We basically wake up early, me and Will, and then we wake up around like, I'd say we probably wake up around like 6:30 in the morning, because we had to be there early. We had to be there around before 9, just to get, because in order to go to Enchanted Rock, you actually have to like reserve a slot into the park beforehand. They have a telephone number or a website you can go to, and you basically like sign up, because they will not allow you. They will not permit you into the park without a reservation. Thankfully, everyone in our group managed to secure basically a reservation, and so that was good, because they did fill up pretty quickly. They filled up pretty quickly. So yeah, we wake up early around 6:30 in the morning. Me and Will get all packed up, backpacks, ice chests, because Will was in charge of this whole meetup, and so he had everything planned. He was like making sure he had like a first aid kit, bottled water, made sure everything was like necessary for this whole hiking excursion. He basically was in charge of. So yeah, he had to make sure like he brought everything to this place, to this trip. Thankfully, we made it up to Fredericksburg, which is like the town outside of Enchanted Rock. And Fredericksburg is kind of interesting too in its own right. It's like it's a town, it's like a city in Texas that's basically has German influence and German roots, basically. It's a bunch of like German settlers, like they're like, I think they're in like the 1800s, came and settled the town there, and there's a lot of like German like influences in the town. As you'll see when we choose the destination to eat later on Saturday. But everything goes well. We get to Enchanted Rock about the time, probably right before 9, because it's from where Will lives to Enchanted Rock was like an hour and a half getting there by car.
And so we basically traveled that distance. But so at the time, we basically made it. We made good timing, honestly. And we got there just in time to like, just as the park itself was opening or about to like open. Um, so that happens. You make it on time. We actually meet a couple of the group. A couple of the group people had already like made it up before us and was already like parked outside basically the office there that they have for the park. So we met with a couple of people there first from the group. This lovely couple. I don't remember their names. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be good at names in this whole group, because there was about like 16 of us, which is a big group. If anyone of you has tried to like arrange a furry group meet, 16 is a lot and also hard to also wrangle. But yeah, so we're there. We make it into the park. We're in the parking lot where everyone else is like, is that, we're just there and we're waiting for people to arrive essentially. Which doesn't take long. Thankfully, like everyone was like prompt and they didn't like lag. Everyone was there on time, which was like really, really nice. I'm glad like everyone like who came took it as seriously as Will planned it. And that was really nice. That was nice to not have anything to worry about. So yeah, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like, and that's the trail too. This little section here, that little like path way down. That's the trail all the way leading to the way to the top. In fact, there's already people like on the top when we arrived. There were already people like hiking. So yeah, and this thing is huge. This baby is huge. It's huge. And yeah, so yeah, and here's like the park gate, right? This is the gate area to go in. You basically have to check in here, make sure you have a reservation, and then from there you can proceed into the actual like parking lot, the campsite grounds and all that stuff. So we did that. We met a couple of people who had already arrived beforehand in our group. Nice, lovely people. And so we were here just like waiting for people to arrive on the camp trail for this whole group meet, which took about so this was like around 9 or so, like 9 a.m. right? And I think our group meet was supposed to be around like 9:30, I think, something like that, because it was going to take about like, so from here, from base level, from ground level to the top of the mountain, hold on just a second here. I'm going to do one really quick thing. Yeah, please capture my cursor. I forgot I don't have the cursor on this. So like, yeah, from this path all the way up to the top takes you about an hour or so to get from the ground level all the way to the top of the summits of the rock. Yeah. And it's no easy path too, because you have to, and you'll have to climb and hike over some pretty rocky terrain. This is unfortunately not a trail that anyone who is like seriously like physically handicapped can like take part of, unfortunately, because you do need to be able to like climb a little bit and like walk a little bit, like actually like jump over stuff and have like good 2 feet to ground yourself. It's not an easy hike. It's basically, I would say, on a hike level, it's kind of like it's kind of like, it's definitely in the kind of like in the novice area, but you still need to have some bit of like, you have to at least be somewhat physically active. You can't just be like like a total like slob and think you're just gonna climb up this mountain. So yeah. So thankfully, eventually everybody arrives, and so we decide to go out to the camp area. And this thing was here too. This is like a little lookout point with like a binocular that you can like, you know, those binoculars you pay and you can like look through. They have them at parks. Basically, this is right here. And yeah, this is a little trail you can see, and you can just look at what you have to get through just to get to the top. Look at the amount of boulders and rocks you have to climb over just to get to the summit. Because at some point, all of this kind of smooths out and everything just becomes kind of like an easy, like, well, I shouldn't say easy because there is some difficulty in climbing this. But everything becomes more smooth out and you can just walk up. You don't have to worry about the terrain getting so much in your way. But yeah. But eventually people get up and we start our trek. Here's Will. There's like before you can get to the campsite, beyond here, there's like a little like bridge, a little footstool bridge you have to get over this creek. You can see. It's really beautiful. This area is really beautiful, by the way. Like really like it's nature, like no cell signal, full on wilderness. You are there to basically like get away from society or like modern day trappings. You're here to just break off. And which is definitely one of the things that excited me about this trip in the first place was like, yeah, just being able to just cut myself off from like everything. So that was cool. This was cool. I like this little bridge here. It's basically like concrete, like stones, I guess. And they just put a little path over this little like creek. And the water kind of flows through these little passage slots right here, you see. And you basically have to like be careful to step over them. Again, this is the thing where like, yeah, if you cannot walk, you cannot take this path. And even if you can walk, you still need some level of like, you know, activity. Like you actually have to, you actually have to be a little active in order to like actually take this path. But eventually we all gathered as a group and we definitely started our voyage to the top of the summit. Here's the summit trail. They don't allow mountain bikes, as it is a mountainous area, but you're not allowed any type of bikes in these trails. Only foot traffic, as it says. Yeah. So yeah, we start our basically our trip, and like I said, there was about like 16 of us too, which is a pretty large group, honestly. I'm pretty sure this moment was around like 10, like around 10 o'clock. Yeah, in the morning. And so we all, as a group, together, started our hiking trip. Also, as you can see, the pathway up is without coverage. Basically no trees. So you're basically baking in that sun if you do not put on sunscreen. So yeah. I made sure to put a very like I sprayed myself till the cows came home. I covered every area of my body. I felt gross afterwards because I had like a layer of suntan lotion on, but I was not gonna fool around in this Texas sun and not like put on sunscreen because generally my body is does not take long periods of exposure to the sun well, which is crazy because I live in basically a beach town. And you'd think, oh, living there, you would basically be like, you'd be adapted to that kind of like harsh sunlight, right? But no, for some reason I can't tan. I'm pale as fuck. And so I can't get it. I need to wear sunscreen. I will get really badly sunburned if I do not put sunscreen on. So yeah, we start our trek up the mountain. As you can see, here's basically the entrance. There's like ground level right here. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. And you can see all the people and how they're trying to like get up the mountain. And you can see the path from here. How it kind of curves like an S, right? And then curves back. And there's like these boulders you also have to climb over too. You also have to climb over them. And like there's like ridge over here, and you have to go back up this way. And there's these rocks up here that also present a challenge that you also have to climb over as well, just to make it to the top. On a top of, and that's not the only thing that's kind of like hard about this that was difficult about this trip, but the elevation. And not so much that the mountain itself was high. It was just like the rapid ascent up is so sharp that it is like really physically demanding on your legs, because you are going on a steady incline up this mountain. And so you are like really feeling the burn when you're going up this thing. And you can see like, you know, a lot of people get to go. There's a lot of kids that go with their families. I saw a lot of kids there while I was hiking up the mountain trail. I just look at the amount of people that are just like making this trek, and you can see how rocky the trail is. Look at all these boulders and just like this path you have to get up. You have to be like really like steady on these paths, because you can slip. You can definitely slip and hurt yourself. Yeah. And a majority of these rocks you see here, these boulders, these are not attached to the ground. They can also calm down and fall. You know, they're heavy, but they're also not. No, they're not like immobile. They can fall too. So that's another kind of thing you also have to be like worry about too. But yeah, you can see like how this whole like, you can see how people are trying to approach the climb, so to speak. You have some people like trying to like get over these boulders, or they're trying to climb up these rocks, or they're trying to find any kind of trail where like there's just like a nice straight through point through a lot of the turbulence of the ground. Still not easy though. This was a pretty difficult like I had like definitely committed myself to getting a little bit in shape before this hiking trip. But even then, I was like, oof, man, I was really feeling it. I was really, really feeling it doing this. Thankfully, I took my time. I think I did take my time. And I think what helped was also just like, I stopped and I took pictures. And doing so allowed me to gain my pace and allowed me to rest and not like go full blast up the mountain and get tired. Because I think that's another danger, is like just thinking you can just like speed up this whole thing and like not get tired, right? Not pace yourself. And then you're just like exhausted when you reach the top, and you're just like so freaking tired. Thankfully I kind of avoided that. Thankfully. So as you can see, we're all making our way up the mountain. There's some really nice pictures. There's a little like creek I took a picture of. Just a little like brook of water just like flowing through. Again, really beautiful. Just really beautiful nature stuff. I didn't see any animals on my way up here. Usually there's deer in this area. And we did see a couple of deer actually on our way up to Enchanted Rock. We did see a couple like deer on the side of the road. Um, really cute stuff. But I did not see any animals, unfortunately, except for birds. We did see a lot of birds, but besides that, nothing like. We didn't see any possums or raccoons or anything like that, or like rattlesnakes or anything like that. We didn't see any of that, unfortunately. We did see a lot of poop, though. There was a lot of poop on the ground. Not human poop, but like animal poop. And you can tell it's animal poop because like in the poop there's like seeds. There's like plant seeds, or like there's like, because around this area there's a lot of like agave plants, and they have fruit, and these fruits have seeds in them, and they're pretty noticeable once you pick them. But yeah, I didn't see any animals, unfortunately, on these trails, but a lot of plant life, a lot of vegetation. As you can see, this is a grassy area, a lot of thickets of grass, lots of trees, mesquite trees. You can see, very green. But at a certain point, we got to this point, this over here. In fact, over here, I think this is what we got, because I think we moved up through this path. I'm pretty sure we walked through this area. In fact, let me. We basically went through this area right here, and then we walked up here this way, and over here. And over here, there's like some big boulders in this area right here. In this area, there's like some giant boulders, and so waiting for the rest of the root group to basically catch up with us, because I was like in a smaller group who was ascending the mountain. Basically, while we were waiting for the rest of the group to get to this point, we decided it was a photo op time, and one of the photos taken was this guy. I don't remember this guy's. I don't remember this guy's name. Again, I'm bad with names. If Will was here, he'd probably recognize who this person was, but unfortunately, I don't. They're part of the San Antonio furry group. And a bunch of the furs did bring their heads with them to take photos on top of the mountain. I can't show you any of those photos because some of them are personal, and also I didn't grab them in time for this. I didn't know how to grab them. I did grab this though. I did grab this. And you can see he's sitting on top of this giant boulder, which is dangerous. Which was partly dangerous because like behind him there's like a crevice in here too that you could just fall down, and you can react that movie with what's his name, Franco, 48 hours, whatever that movie's called, where the dude like gets stuck in the mountain crevice, and he's there, and he has to cut his leg off to escape. Thankfully that didn't happen here, but like it you have to be careful like climbing up boulders like these, because like, yeah, there's like crevices, there are huge crevices that you can slip in through and fall. But yeah, it was a risky photo shoot to say the least, but I managed to get this while he was on top of this boulder. I swear us furries just can't stop being furries no matter where we are. For better and for worse. And this is huge, mind you. Like, this is like, I'm not like, I wish I could like properly like emphasize how tall this boulder was. It was pretty big. Like, I think like I was like finding a way to get around this area, but it's like, this was pretty huge. Like, I wish I could like, like if you see this rock right here, and I can actually draw on it. I would be about here. That's how big these boulders were. And I'm like 5'6". And so like, yeah, at this height, like, yeah. If this is like, I think this boulder was like, it reached from right down here all the way down here. I think this is how like tall this boulder was. So a pretty gosh darn big rock. Pretty gosh darn big. Yeah. And we were all kind of telling him to be careful too, because like one of his friends was like hopping on the boulder, and it was like, he was like, hey, just jump across that other boulder so that way we can take a picture together. And like everyone was like shouting at the dude not to do it. Please don't do this. Please don't jump. And thankfully he didn't jump. He just sat down so we could take a picture. But it was a little scary. It was like, okay, please, let's not do anything stupid on this group meet, please. Please, let's not do anything stupid. Thankfully, nothing stupid occurred. But yeah. So after that, after this photo shoot happened, we had the press on because eventually the rest of our group started to catch up with us. And there was a couple people who would like had to take their time. They weren't fully, athletic enough to like take this kind of trail, so they had to take their time. I remember one person in our group had to use like hiking poles. Hiking poles are basically and I showed it in the picture before. This little girl has a hiking pole. This is what this is. It's basically something to help you get like, basically to keep your balance whenever you're hiking. A person in our group had 2 of these because they did have trouble like doing anything like kind of physically demanding. But yeah, I think one of the triumphs about this thing, of this whole trip, was like basically everyone managed to actually make it to the summit, which I think is kind of neat, honestly. I think that was like the best thing about it. It was like everyone was able to like actually do this. And this is like where as you can see where and this was actually earlier. I probably rearranged these wrong. This probably should have came like later. Like this should have been like much more up here actually. It should have been right here. Because this came later after we did this boulder shoot. Because you can see like, look at the size of like the rocks. Look how big this rock is compared to this one dude. And this dude was taller than me. I mean, this guy was like probably like 5'11" maybe, and I'm 5'6", and so this rock is like the size of this. That's how big the rock was. As you can see, someone's up here trying to take a picture. But you can also notice something about the terrain. Look how steep of a slope this is, and you'll see it gets even more steeper as you continue your climb. Also, it's not great like footing either. Like the footing's kind of like very like rough, and so you have to like always like maintain good 2 feet balance. Because as you can see here, see how like the rock starts to like do this. It's basically, it starts to do this, like it just does this. That's what the mountain starts to do. It's like it eventually just starts to just like slope in a very sharp upward direction. And you're trying to basically manage this by going as slow as possible, because if not, you can actually like lose your footing if you're not careful. It's advised whenever you're going up this trail to basically go in like a zigzag. Like you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that, right? Basically that way you can like, that way, you can like, you don't slip or fall or anything like that. You just maintain a good like pathway upwards. But yeah. And this is, but this mind you, this is just the descent. This is just the ascent. I'm sorry. I'll talk about the descent, which was equally as hard as the climb up. But yeah, as you can see, like the rocks start like doing this, just sloping ever sharply up. And here's like a picture I took. I think like a spot like almost halfway in between the summit. As you can see, that rock that I was talking about, it's over here. Those rocks I was talking about over there. And look at that view. Look at that view from like up here. Our car is over here somewhere, I think. Like, I think this is it right here. Or no, here it is. It's right here. It's right here. Yeah, our car is right here. Yeah, I think our car is right here. Yeah. That's where our car is right there. A little speck in the distance. You even see like the road that we came in just to get to the park. Right? And here's the entrance, I think, right here. And then you take it, and then there's the parking lot right there. There's like multiple parking lots. There's a campsite right here. You can see the little like gazebo that I took that picture from earlier. Here's a path here to the mountain. And here's another path that goes straight that way. And set that up there, right? There's another parking lot right there. So yeah, you can see how things are getting elevated as we like continue our trek. So yeah, at this point, I was getting a little like, I had to like stop for a bit just to like rest just a little bit. Plus I was like taking pictures, taking my time. I actually took like this this Canon, I think it's like a Canon like power shot, like this little like this small little like Canon like slingshot or whatever. It's like a 12 like megapixel camera with me to take photos too. Actually, some photos actually came up pretty nice actually on this tiny like camera that I have that I think I got like at a pawn shop for like who knows how much I got it for. So I was taking my time because I also knew that I was like getting kind of like a little exhausted by the elevation sharply like curving. So I sat down here. In fact, I think this shot here is the revert as the basically the adverse of this. From this distance point, this is my view. This is my view of like where we had just like hiked up. But yeah, as you can see, like everything just starts like elevating up. Here's another like example of how the like look at that. Look at how you have to bend your ankles just to like descend. As you can see, and yeah, here's another member of our party like taking a rest. Yeah, you can see how like it just slopes in such a way that makes it very physically demanding. Another really nice shot. So yeah, we keep on going up, doing our best. Keep doing our best. Here we go, even more higher up. I think, you know what? This might be an earlier picture. Yeah, I think this might be an earlier picture, actually. This picture might be, and I should have like done a better job of like organizing these, but I think this is a lot more earlier. This is probably around here, right? But yeah. And then eventually we come to this part right here. These giant boulder rocks. Which are like just getting in your way. There's like a whole there's just like a ridge that like blocks your path. Now you can do two of the things when you get to this ridge. You can either go around vertically or like horizontally, I should say, like these people over here are doing, or you can do what my friend over here is doing and climb over them. I chose climbing over them because I wanted to climb over them. I'm a raccoon. I had to climb over something. So that happens. I kind of like, there were some pretty sharp like holes in this little like ridge too. Like I could have fell and like broke something. So like I managed to actually climb over this, but it was not easy. It was not easy at all. Not easy, not one bit. Yeah, thankfully like, most of our like group did a good job of just making it up, honestly. I think this is afterwards because you can see this ridge here is matched up with this. So this is actually in reverse. This is like here and this is like here. Yeah, I think that's the proper way. Yeah. But yeah. As you can see, we're kind of close and inching closer too. You can see more people are like kind of standing up, but like the last final part is just like this curve, and it's like really like it's a really tough climb. Like you cannot like believe how sharp of a climb it is. It was really hard. Like I had to like really power through to get up to this next section. Eventually, thankfully, I did. Again, I got my photos mixed up, but yeah, this is this is another photo, like the ridge here, right here. Yeah. Yeah, this is another good, just a good proper, like, okay, this is like size and scale, right? And I took more photos of like the surrounding area. There's another like smaller mountain adjacent to Enchanted Rock, that we could have gone to, but we honestly just planned for this one. That's what we could just plan for today. There's also other trails. There's like a lake that you can go hike to. There's actual like mountain climbing, rock climbing you can do here at the park as well. You can camp. A lot of neat stuff you can just do if you just need to like find a nice like remote nature spot out in the Texas desert. So eventually, I think after like, I'd say 45 minutes, we eventually get to the top. All right. And here's a couple of my friends here getting to the top here. I think at this point we were kind of still waiting for more people to like climb up. But we were getting there closer. We're closer. We're getting there. And then eventually, and here's another adjacent thing. This is it's called Buzzard. This little structure here, this rock formation here, that's called Buzzard's Roost. Buzzard's Roost. Yeah, it's another like mountain next to it. I don't think this is climbable. I'm pretty sure it's not. Although I do think on one of the sides of this little thing you can rock climb. Maybe. But yeah. Yeah, and so we keep climbing. We keep climbing. I keep taking pictures. Oh boy, do I keep taking pictures. But yeah. But eventually we do get up to the top. It takes a while, but I was like really like those last few steps I was like really like I'm gonna get to the top. Eventually I did make it to the top. And here it is. There's basically the top. It's pretty smooth actually. It's like it's kind of like a smooth, shiny like boulder on the top. Like it's just smooth and like and flat once you read the top. And like there was even like this like little like circle, which is it's basically it's like a reference, like one of those geo, like it's basically something they put to basically mark the center of anything like a mountain or anything natural. I forget what these are actually called, these circles. This is like I think this is like something they just like they pound and like into like the basically the center top of the mountain. So this is like the center of the mountain. Yeah. Yeah, we made it to the top. Made it to the top. And look at that view. Look at that view. Look at this. Look at that beautiful view, man. Look at that. It feels like it just goes on for miles, actually. There's another, like, plateau you can see in the distance, too. I don't know what this is called, but it's there. Yeah. There was also this little pool of water. Because sometimes, after it rains, these little potholes, they collect water. But inside the water are, like, little creatures, like little animals inside. Like tadpoles. We saw a lot of tadpoles in these little like pools of water on the way up to the up the mountain. Really cute stuff. Really neat stuff. Ooh, okay. Yeah. So we made it to the top. I think it took about I would say like an hour to reach the summit. Yeah, I think it took about a long time. And so yeah, we made it to the top. Here I am. Here's the pictures. And Merle, look at that. Look, whoa, what are you doing here? Merle, what are you doing here? Again? You're showing up on my stream? Jeez, don't you have enough showboating on your channel? Jeez, you have to appear here too? Anyway. And yeah, Merle made the trip with me as well. So technically Merle has made it to the top of Enchanted Rock. But yeah, I decided to take a nice little selfie of my trip. Yeah. It was a nice, like, it was a really really good like hike to the top. Like, it challenged me physically and mentally, but it was like so worth it just to like reach the summit. Like, really worth it. Because the view was beautiful and it was just peaceful. Like, there were other people there with us, but it wasn't like a crowd, you know? Sure, there were families, there were kids up there, annoying kids. Not any of our party. I should make that clear. But it was a very wonderful like trip. I had never done this before. Like, I never had climbed a mountain before, and it was kind of like a neat like personal achievement. So I'm kind of glad I did it. Yeah. And thankfully, like, everyone else made it to the top too. Like, everyone within our party made it to the top, which was also pretty good too. Yeah. Yeah. You can see like the grease from the suntan lotion on my arms there. You can see how like a little pale I am underneath my shirt. Wasn't actually that hot, honestly. It was actually kind of nice and breezy, especially when you reach the top. It was really nice and breezy, but just like there's no shade. There's absolutely no shade, and so you're just like
exposed to like the sun pretty significantly. Yeah. That was cool. I'm glad we made it to the top. We took pictures. I wish I would have grabbed some more pictures, but I also didn't want to like take photos of people without their consent, and I totally forgot to do that. And so yeah, um, I did take some other selfies, some other nice pictures with people there, which I'll show a little later. But yeah, we did it. We made it to the summit. It's really nice time. Okay, so like now we had to actually climb down the mountain, which was in itself its own like, oh boy, man. If you thought like climbing up this was hard, like the ascent was like equally as hard because like as I referenced before, and I think I showed it in a picture like all the way up here. Look how steep this is. Look how your feet have to like bend, like your ankles have to bend just to climb down. Imagine doing that going down and trying not to like fall. It was pretty hard. It was pretty demanding, honestly. Oh, here's another shot of the top of the summit too. Really nice. Just like look how far and wide you can just see. And yeah, there's that aforementioned lake that I had mentioned before. And there's some campgrounds around here too. I think that round there is the campgrounds. But yeah, you can definitely see a lot from this distance. But yeah. I think the climb down took about it took about just as much time as it did to go up, so around like 45 minutes, I think. Around that kind of time. But we did make it, thankfully, and no one got hurt. I think that's the most important thing, is like everyone made it up and down without any incident. Lots of couples up here too. I saw a lot of couples like making this hike trip together, which was kind of cute. Kind of cute, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. And so yeah, we made the hike down. It was kind of it was also as strenuous as it was climbing up, but thankfully we did make it all back to the grounds safe and sound, and we decided to chill at one of the park campsites, which was at the beginning of the trail. There's outhouses here. We're all trying to cool off, drink water, discuss plans of where to eat, stuff like that. So we're here for a while. There was also a Kono ice here as well. Kono ice is basically shaved ice. They sell shaved ice, and you basically like you pour syrup over it. They had these cups that you could collect. And so I had to get a cup that said Enchanted Rock on it that had the Kono penguin on it. So I got one of those. $7, I think I paid for this cup of snow cone shaved ice. Worth it. I have it in my room somewhere. Yeah, I think I have that somewhere in the back here. It's right next to my Merle sippy. But yeah. I also spotted this bird's nest. Here, look at this cute little bird nest that's attached to this door. I think this was the door to the men's room. Yeah, there was just a bird's nest there. Yeah. Wild where like wildlife will just like make it's nesting. Birds, I tell you, right? Birds. Something about them birds.
So yeah, after we got down from the mountain, rested for a bit. I think we rested for about like 30 minutes before we decide, okay, let's head out. Let's head out to eat. And so we left. We left to Fredericksburg, which is the town that's closest near to Enchanted Rock. And there's a bunch of attractions you can go to. It's got this kind of like town square kind of vibe. This like Disney like town square kind of thing going on. Bunch of people. There was a bunch of people when we arrived at Fredericksburg. Yeah, and of course, German influenced. It's an area that's a town that has a lot of German heritage, and so one of the restaurants we go to while we're at Fredericksburg was this place called the Auslander. It's this great sign. It's in German. The Biergarten restaurant. Of course, that's beer garden. I don't know what a beer garden is, but this is what it looks like. That's the beer garden right there. With like outdoor seating in the back as well. There's also an indoor part as well. You can see there's like a beer hall there. There's big elk on the fireplace here. Honestly, it wasn't that hot inside, so we decided to like just eat in the like the patio area, which was a good idea, honestly. Yeah, and so this restaurant sells German food. They do serve like American food too, but their focus is primarily on like German food, German inspired food. So your bratwurst, they had schnitzel. They had like I think they even had like meatballs as well, and not the typical like Italian meatballs, but like German meatballs, which are entirely different. They're like covered in like gravy, like a gravy sauce. I wanted to order that, but instead I ordered this, which is the chicken schnitzel. It's basically schnitzel, but with chicken, and it's covered with like I think this is like a mushroom gravy, I think, or just a regular gravy, served with like mashed potatoes, corn, and a roll. Really good stuff. Like this was really good. That was like really good schnitzel. It's kind of like a chicken fried steak, but instead the patty is like, instead the patty is chicken instead. But yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. I think they had another like they had German like potato salad, which is this over here. This is what Will got. I think he got like Jaeger schnitzel, which was like I think it was like beef or veal schnitzel with like a wine sauce. He got kraut. This is sauerkraut, and this is a German potato sauce. German potato salad. There we go. Which I've had before. There's like a local restaurant around here that also sells like German inspired food. That also serves German potato salad. Very vinegary. Like I think the most thing you can say about like German potato salad is it does have a lot of vinegar in it. I wish I would have gotten a taste of this. It did look really interesting. It looked really tasty. But yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Wow, I took a good picture. You can get really into the into the gravy here. Oops, too big. Whoopsies. Went a little bit too far in. But yeah, that was fun. We just sit there resting, you know, We did buy, me and Will did like bring like extra clothes to change out just in case we were like extra sweaty, but we never did. Never changed our clothes, so we just went to Fredericksburg and to the Auslander and just sat down and had lunch. And it was a good lunch. It was a really good lunch. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really good. They had a banana bread pudding that I wanted to try, but I didn't get to. Because this meal was kind of, how much did I pay for this? I think I have like the receipt somewhere. I think I paid like around 20 for this, which isn't unreasonable. But I think I was also just like, yeah, I think I'm good, but just schnitzel. Now I'm getting hungry again. I'm getting really hungry again. Yeah, but really good food, really good atmosphere. You know, Fredericksburg is like, they got a bunch of like gift shops in this like one central like main street. A bunch of restaurants. There were a couple other restaurants we considered that also had like German roots as well, but we decided upon this one. A bunch of like places to get like, you know, a bunch of like just shops around that area. Very touristy, incredibly touristy. Like while we were walking over to this restaurant, we just like were just hit, but like people, tons and tons of people, all lining the sidewalk. Um, yeah, it was pretty busy, pretty busy. Um, and so yeah, if you ever want to experience like a German influenced Texas town, go to Fredericksburg. You'll definitely experience something. You'll also experience taxidermy, and this guy here in the window. Yeah, you can definitely see from this shot the stores around the central main street, how they look. Very small town, central hub kind of thing. One long street where every business and touristy thing is at. That's essentially where we were at. And this guy was here too. Yeah, this is basically Texas in a storefront. Got your big shell. There's your iguana. You got your don't mess with Texas cup shot glass. You got prayer stuff, I guess. You got lassos. You got a log. I don't know what this is. You got a belt buckle. Okay, come and take it. Yep. Basically, this is Texas in a storefront. Yeah. So yeah, we basically we didn't actually stay that long in Fredericksburg. I think the only thing we did there was just eat. Mostly because we just didn't want to like, one, people were tired. They wanted to go home and shower off. And two, it was kind of really crowded too, and so none of us really wanted to deal with the crowds and linger. And so afterwards, we basically just take off. Me, Will, and I think we, on the way up, we didn't have anybody with us, but on the way back down to San Antonio, we did carpool. We did like we take on a passenger, and so it was us three, and we all made the trek back down to San Antonio. Thankfully the traffic was good. No slowdowns, anything like that. So it was basically, you know, an easy ride back and forth to Fredericksburg and to Enchanted Rock. Definitely Enchanted Rock. But yeah, I think this was around, I think we got lunch around 2, right? Around 2. After we left, like, Enchanted Rock around 1, right? So I think about around 2 three o'clock we were done, and we headed straight down back to San Antonio. Because we did have plans afterwards. We did have like plans like for later in the evening, which I'll get to. So yeah, after this, after Schnitzel, we then get to back home. I think me and Will. First we dropped off our friend that we basically gave a ride to, and then we headed back straight to Will's place, and we showered. We rested for a bit. We took a nap, and then I think around 6. I think around 6 we headed towards basically a board game meetup. Speaking of board games, yeah, there was more board game stuff. And so we went to this board game shop. It's not just a board game shop. They basically sell a lot of fantasy stuff and like geek stuff. It's a place called in San Antonio. It's called Heroes and Fantasies. They basically sell a lot of board games and like geek paraphernalia, comic books, what have you. And it's like, it looks like it's like in a Big Lots store. That's how big this place was. I didn't actually get to look at a lot of their wares because we definitely just like zoomed to the back of the store, which hosts like a bunch of tables where people can just like basically sit down and have board game nights. And that's what we did the rest of the evening. For a second evening in a row, I did board game stuff with Will and his friends. These are his friends right here. Some of these people actually, I think this person, I think these two people came with us to Enchanted Rock. This person here and this person here. So it wasn't just us. It was basically the enclave of like San Antonio furries that come to this one place and then play board games. They meet up every weekend or so to play like board games at the back of this store. And so we were there. Will brought with him his Steam Deck, which he has a Steam Deck. He brought Uno. He brought another card game called Flip 7, which I'll explain in a bit. He brought Scrabble. And he also brought Power Grid, which we didn't get to play. Apparently it takes a long time to set up and learn. But yeah, we did get to Uno. But yeah, we were playing we played some like Flip 7, which is kind of a blackjack game. Right? I think it's basically you have to flip over cards, but if you get the same card, like say if you get like double 11s, you're out for that round. And the person remaining gets the points from their hand. So say if I flip like 6, 10, 5, 11, and I stay, and everyone else gets eliminated because they flip over a similar card, then you add the points up, and you keep those points to the rounds, and you keep on going until you reach until you reach like I think it's like 200 points. I think is the goal. The first to reach 200 points wins the game. And then you have these cards here, which you can use to like play on other people. Like this card says flip 3. Yeah. And then there's also a freeze card. You can stop a person from like drawing more cards. It's essentially like blackjack, except like if you draw a similar card, you lose the rounds. It was fun. It was neat. It was easy to like learn. I appreciate board games that are easy to learn and pick up. Yeah. And after this, we played like Uno as well. That was fun. I love Uno. I really love Uno. But we also played this other game called Splendor, which I wish I could like explain how this game played, but essentially the whole premise is that you have to collect resources in order to get points. The more points you accumulate at the end of the game, you win. But in order to do that, you have to collect resources and you have to buy cards that are flipped on the plane grid, or like the plane, on the table. This one kind of took me a while to actually figure out. It was it was kind of hard to figure out. You basically gotta have a strategy too, right? In fact, let me show you what this game looks like. Here, let me show you this. Hold on. Oh, let me flip over. Okay. There it is. There it is. That's what Splendor looks like. You basically are using the hold on, let me dang it, why does it always do that? There we go. There we go. All right. So you see these cards below, these coins below the cards. You have to actually pick these up. So basically everyone has a turn. You can only get a certain amount of the gems you see in the bottom row. And from that, you're basically gathering resources to purchase these cards on the table. And these cards, they all have they're all valued at a certain price, or they all have certain valued price sets to them. And they also have numbers to them as well. I believe the numbers are helpful in adding up points at the end of the game. The person with the most points wins the game itself, and yeah. So this was kind of I was kind of having trouble understand this game. Probably because it uses math, and math is my mortal enemy, and I hate math. So that was fun. We I don't know. I was even though I didn't kind of understand this board game, I was kind of having a rough time with it because I was just unsure about the amount of gems you could pick up. Because sometimes I would like pick red, green, and orange because I didn't know what else to do. I was like I wasn't I totally there was too much information to take in, just how this game works. I would have loved to just seen someone else play it first. That way I would have gotten a good grasp on how to do it. This game requires a lot of strategy too. You really got to know what you want to spend for, what you want to purchase. You got to really definitely strategize for this kind of game. And I guess I wasn't really much in the strategizing kind of mood. I was definitely in a Uno mood, that's for sure. But I did not Yeah, I guess I liked Splendor, and I wouldn't mind playing it again. Honestly. So yeah. So that was my evening. That was like Saturday. Like after I did all that climbing, that rock climbing, we decided to go out and go play board games like around like 9 o'clock, like around like 9:10. It's kind of crazy to actually do that after basically like hiking all day. Um, Kind of crazy, honestly. Pretty crazy if you ask me. Um, yeah. And what's funny is that we were actually kind of hungry, like exiting Heroes and Fantasies. And so we were like, well, we should go eat something, me and Will. Um, and so like we were kind of like searching for what to do. But funny enough, someone who was at the meet handed Will a Cuban sandwich that they had brought to the meet to eat. Um, but they decided, you know what? Yeah, I'm not hungry. Would you like this sandwich? This Cuban sandwich. And so we ate that Cuban sandwich for like dinner afterwards. It was a good Cuban sandwich. I love a good Cuban sandwich. Sadly, I did not take a picture of it, but it was a very good Cuban sandwich that we ate for dinner, late dinner. Apparently, we were still kind of hungry, but to be honest, like we wasted so much like energy on that hiking trip that it wasn't surprising that we were kind of still like hungering afterwards. Just like look at the hike we did. Just like look at like just going back on all these pictures and just see the trek we made. Um, yeah. And look at that thing. I can't believe I climbed to the top of that. Look at that. I still can't get over how big this is. It is it is it is hard to describe how big this thing is. You just have to be there. You have to like witness this in front of you. Um yeah. Glad I took all these pictures too. I'll have to sort the other pictures I took with my little like Canon camera. Hopefully I can do that tomorrow or the day after. Yeah. Just like going over these pictures again, just to show you just like the distance and stuff. I feel like I'm going too fast, right? But like, you know, it happens. Definitely happens. It feels sometimes in my mind that things go by so fast too. That it's hard sometimes to like truly appreciate something because it just feels like it just like in the blink of an instant, like it's over. Ain't that just the way? Ain't that just the way? But yeah. Surprised I did not like trip and fall during this whole climb. Because it could have done so in this like grid here. Yeah. It was beautiful though. It was so beautiful on the way up. Just so beautiful and majestic. I mean, look at just like how far out that reaches. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Just look how steep that goes. Look how steep that goes. That's incredible. That is so incredible how steep that is. Yeah, and then the top is just flat. It's just incredibly flat and kind of round. But we made it. We made it to the top. Oh. Hello. Hello. Welcome on in. Hello, Raxi. Welcome, welcome.
Raxi_raccoon just traded with 3 viewers.
Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for the follow. You got your free points? Bye. Okay. Bye. Bye, Wide the Gamer. How you doing, Raxi? How are you doing? What were you up to? Voices of the Void. Ooh, I like that. That's cool. I think I've seen. Yeah, I think I've seen someone play that. The game looked really interesting. How was Voices of the Void? How was Voices of the Void? Right now we're doing I'm doing my so last weekend I went out on a trip to this place called Enchanted Rock, which is a mountain in the southeast of Texas, basically in the Texas desert. And basically we're basically on Saturday. We did the whole trip, the whole hike up the mountain. You can see this from the distance. That's how big it is. Look how big it is. It's basically a trail. And people just hike up there. Yeah, that's what I did last weekend. I went up and climbed a giant mountain. Well, not giant, but still pretty giant to me. Pretty cool. Had Chaos Mod on a chat. Tried killing me in many ways. Nice. I love that kind of interaction. I do like that kind of interaction. But yeah, we're in the midst of my recap for my trip. If you need to take care of yourself, Raxi, you do some stream care. Go right ahead. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing in your community. But yeah, that was Saturday. Yeah, look at the yeah. Me and a group of furs basically climbed up this whole trek, this whole mountain. As you can see, the proof of furries right here. Not an easy climb either, because it was pretty steep as well. But yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. And this was all in a week, and then like in an afternoon. Took us about like 2 hours to do this whole hike. But we made it to the top. We made it to the top. Yeah, we made it to the top. Yeah, we had schnitzel. We ate and had schnitzel. Look at that. That's so good. But yeah, that was basically my whole Saturday. My whole entire Saturday. Look how long that is compared to everything else. All the other days surrounding it were much more relaxed and chilled and a lot more easygoing. Definitely a lot more strenuous too. Definitely a lot less strenuous for sure. As you'll see, for Saturday, for Sunday, and Monday, and then my eventual departure on like Tuesday. But yeah, that's a full day right there. Not only did I hiked up a mountain, I also I also fucking went to a board game meet. It's kind of crazy in itself. Um, Funny enough, I wasn't like tired. Well, I was a little tired, but I think like I paced myself accordingly to where like it just didn't like affect me. I really did a good job of just pacing myself, honestly. Um, yeah, yeah, that was fun. Saturday was really fun. Like Saturday was like kind of like worth everything just to get to there. I really did appreciate like being invited on this trip, especially to go to that. Um, yeah, yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to take another break. Um, Seeing as that was like the largest part, I wanted to like pace this out better. So I'm gonna take another 5 minute, and then we'll go into Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, which shouldn't take too long. These next 3 days shouldn't take as long, but they're equally as important. So yeah, Raxi, yeah, thanks for dropping on by. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break, a quick like 5, 6, 7 minute break. I'm gonna go. For one thing, I'm gonna rest my voice for a bit because I've been talking for a while. But let me take a quick little break, and I will see you in just a few. Yeah. Also, yeah, get up and stretch if you need to. Go grab some water. I'm gonna go grab some water as well. And I will see you in just a few. Do not go anywhere.
Alrighty. Okie dokie. Hopefully I didn't take too long. Trying to pace myself here. Also, I just climbed up the steps upstairs really fast, which was partly a mistake on my part. We're back. Okay, so we got through the major day. We got through Saturday. Just got 3 more days left. Man, kind of crazy. I've been on for like 3 hours. Hold on, I'm just filling up a bag here. All right. Yeah, welcome on back, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hope we all got up for a bit. I know that was like a pretty, interesting break there. But I was kind of tired myself. I need to pace myself. Thankfully, the next 3 days are not as strenuous, thankfully. And we can get through these pretty nice and quick without being distracted. But welcome on in, welcome on back. Welcome on back. As we've gone before. That was Thursday. It was a Friday and Saturday. Saturday was the big old hike up the mountain. And now Sunday would be a lot more calmer, a lot more smoother, a lot more chill, relaxed. A lot more relaxed than this. So that Sunday morning, Will, my friend, who I was staying there, here's Will. This is Will. Basically was like, hey, there's a local art show that's in town, or like this Sunday. I think he actually told me this on Saturday when we were coming back from Enchanted Rock. Basically told me about, hey, there's this like this local print show that's happening. It's a local print show that's happening like nearby, and I want to go because local artists show up with their prints and they sell them basically. And it was being hosted in this place called the Rock Box, which is basically a venue nearby that's like, it hosts like live music, like concerts. So yeah, we go about, I'd say this is about like 10 in the morning, I think. Did we grab breakfast? No, we didn't grab any breakfast. I think we just wanted to like hop over here and just like show up, I think it was free to enter too. You just need to show your ID. So essentially it's basically people show up, local artists show up, they print out a bunch of their stuff and they sell it to people. It's like it's definitely kind of an art show, like an artist alley, if I can make like a direct comparison. And so we wake up, we go, we enter on in. This is the exterior. It's called the Rock Box, as you can see. Over here is the dude checked our IDs, and we went in. And they host a lot of events, a lot of music events, as you can see. Yeah, I don't know who's coming. Maybe some of you can recognize these names. Coast, fuck you. Okay, well, not that one. Oh. Hail the Sun, Head Automatica, Daisy Head. Don't know what that is. Diggy Gloves, Death Angel, Orthodox, Violent Vieira, Emery, Fire from the Gods, Fit for a King, Sleeping with Sirens, Drop Dead Gorgeous, The End Might Tour,
the Callous Dow Boys, which I think that's I think Kelef actually has mentioned that band before. The Callous Dow Boys, yeah. Apparently they're going to perform here at this Rock Box and soon. Detour, Medicine Tongue, Dark Angel, Thousand Below, Devour, Summer Vacation, Demon Hunter. So yeah, so this art show is basically here, located here in this place, in this venue. This is like the entrance. There's like a bar right over here. There's a stage over here. There were a couple of shops. There were a couple of vendors right here. A couple of people, local artists showing like having their wares. Yeah, this was basically open to the public. It's all ages kind of thing. And so you go right in and like this is the scene. This is it. Yeah. You can see people selling basically their prints, you know, stuff that you can actually buy, like actual stuff that you can physically buy, not like digital art, like all physical representation stuff. And yeah, it's like a little artist alley. People sell their stuff. A lot of prints, a lot of merchandise, a lot of pins, posters, greeting cards, vinyl art, art that you can frame, art that you can hang on your walls, just a bunch of stuff. Even zines. They had like zines. Like every place we went to had like a zine that you can purchase, which was actually pretty cool. Yeah. So like yeah, everything that just need this like print related was being sold here from artists, and it was really cool. Pretty packed too. There was a lot of people in this like tiny confined space. Lots of people, a lot of artists too, a lot of good stuff, a lot of creative independent stuff, lots of really top-notch creative stuff. Yeah, and it was really cool. It was really cool. Really a sense of community, you know, a really good sense of just like people coming together to come together and print their stuff. I believe the event was called, what's the event called? This event had a name. I think it was called Paper Trail. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I think Paper Trail was the name of the event. Let's see here. Paper Trail. Event. Yeah. Yeah. I wish there was like a let's see, Paper Trail, San Antonio. Yeah. So basically it's a printmaking show. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. 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 I think there's about like 50 artists, it says, too, selling screen prints, posters, comic scenes, and more. Yeah. 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 It was really fun. You could purchase drinks too. Very low key, just, I don't know, independent vibe, honestly. Yeah, just really cool. Just like going through a like individual like stall and just like checking out what they had. Yeah, this was really cool. And I even bought some stuff. The only thing I was kind of disappointed was there like zero raccoon stuff. Like every stall I went to, every artist that I went to, there was like no one had anything raccoon related, and it broke my heart because there was a bunch of rabbit stuff for my friend Will. My friend Will had a bunch of rabbit stuff for him, but like me, Mr. Raccoon over here had zero things, which kind of stank, honestly. I don't know why we're so underrepresented in art, but I call foul. I call foul so bad. But yeah, this is basically the hall itself. Yeah, a lot of artists, man. A lot of good stuff. Like outside not having any raccoons, this was a lot of really great art. A lot of art that I wish I could have bought, but it was also really expensive too. Really expensive.
I think I spent like, I spent around like 30 bucks here. And a lot of the prints can go up to like $75. On some really nice high quality paper too. Really nice quality paper too. But yeah, let me actually show you what I bought actually. Here's what I bought at the print show. Here it is right here. Some really lovely stuff. I got this. I guess it's like it's hard. It's definitely kind of like a frameable piece of art. By this one artist called Night Owl. There's this business card right there. Irving Herrera. It's basically has a bunch of landmarks of the San Antonio area. That's the Hemisphere Tower. This building here is also famous, and I forget what its name is, but that's also there. There's the pearl stacks. Of course, you can't use the name Pearl because it's trademarked, so we use Peace instead. The bells represent, the missionary areas of San Antonio. The boots, the large boot here is from a mall called the North Star Mall. Of course, the waterway here is definitely the San Antonio River. Cactus. It was really beautiful. I want to frame this. I want to find a frame for this and put it somewhere because this is really lovely. It's really beautiful. Like the colors really pop. Like I wish I could like. I wish this photograph like actually like really presented how colorful this print is. It's really colorful. It's really cool. Hey Zap, welcome on in. We're doing good. The recap is on Sunday. You missed all of this. You missed my bus getting delayed. As you can see, you missed a rat barber. You missed a robot that was sweeping the floors. You missed anime arcade. Some rhythm games and stuff. Poppin' music. Look at that. Gundam machine. Look at that. Kung Fu noodles. Look at that bowl of noodles that I got steam burns because my face was like an inch from the bowl. Scrabble. We did Scrabble. And that food is really good. Oh, sorry. Don't get distracted. And then, yeah, Sunday. This is my whole trip. This is like the whole Saturday was the whole emphasis of getting there was just this hike. Look at that. Look at that mountain. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that hike trail. Yeah. Someone brought their fursuit head. And I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Yeah. I made it to the top. But now we're on to also I had schnitzel. Over in Fredericksburg, the Auslander Biergarten. Check out that chicken. Check out that chicken schnitzel there. Look at that. Look at that baby. Look at that baby. Look at that. Board game stuff. So yeah, we're on Saturday. We're on Sunday. Sunday's a lot more peaceful. A lot more peaceful. We went to this print show, this local artist print show. I picked up a couple of prints, as you can see. Look at that. This photo too. Look at that. Look at that stuff. I also got this this other print that Will bought me. It's a gift. It's basically a
like a gift card, not gift card, a thank you card size. It's basically this. If anyone knows what these references are to, you're a wonderful person. You are the best. This is basically a reference to the show Severance. In particular, Mumin, which is a take on Lumen, which is the company, the central company at the fold of Severance, the show. And this is a cute cat take on it. I know it was pretty cute. The work is mysterious and impertinent, which is a line from the show Severance. And this is just, let me see here. Can I like? Let me do this like. There we go. That way we can get a better look at it. I don't know. I thought this was really cute. Yeah. I have that somewhere like behind me. I think I also want to get this framed as well. This one's like a 4x5, I think. So much smaller than this print, but yeah. Yeah. This one was by a local artist named Machella Maid. Machella Maid. I think it might be Machelia Maid. I think that's might be what the name is. But yeah, I would have bought more prints, but they were really expensive. Will bought so many prints, and I think he spent around like more than $50, like probably around $100, about $100 on prints that he spent. Meanwhile, I got out with the lowly like $30 on print stuff. I wanted to buy more, but like one, everything was kind of like expensive, and two, no raccoon stuff. So that kind of limited my spending budget. But this was fun. This was fun. There was a lot of people, a lot of families were there, a lot of artists. This was great. Like, man, I love a good local art show. Nothing is so amazing. Nothing is just so amazing, man. Just the vibe, the community aspect, people supporting local artists too. It's amazing. Just look at that. Thankfully, everyone took Venmo or like Tap. Thank goodness, because I did not have any cards on me. But yeah, this was kind of my haul. I want to frame this stuff if I can. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. And so afterwards, we get hungry. Me and Will get hungry, and we decide, you know what? That Cuban sandwich we had last night, that was pretty good. We want more sandwiches. We're definitely in the sandwich vibe. And so we go to this local sandwich place. I think it's about like 10 minutes away from the Rock Box where this was hosted. And so we go to a place. It's in an area called Beacon Hill. And so it's called the Beacon Hill Market and Deli. And they sell sandwiches. They serve cheesesteaks, hoagies, Reubens, pastrami sandwiches, soups. Very limited seating too. There's only like this little like outdoor patio set and these bench chairs here you see. But you can get like really good sandwiches here and bagels too. They have bagels and lox from what I've been told. Really good stuff. I think Will got a veggie sandwich, which had like spicy hummus in it. That was really good. Me over here, Mr. I'm hungry. I need something in my belly because I didn't eat breakfast. It was like, okay, I want a sandwich. I want a gosh darn sandwich. So I ordered a chicken ranch and bacon, a ranch chicken bacon sandwich. That's what I ordered. And this thing was massive. This thing was pretty big. I underestimated the size of the sandwich because it looked pretty big. This is what the sandwich looked like. This is the sandwich. Look at that baby. Look at that. Also came with like caramelized onions too. Man, look at those. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that juicy goodness. Now that is a sandwich. Look at that. Man, just looking at it makes me get hungry again. Look at that. But it was huge. Like, it was like, this thing was no slouch. This thing was definitely no slouch. So much so that I had to like cut off a piece of it just for Will to eat, because I did not think the sandwich was going to be this big, but it was really good. It was really good. Really, really good. Gosh, it was really good, man. The onions were probably the best part of the sandwich. You can see the onions here with the like the bits of bacon and chicken and ranch sauce. Oh my god, and cheese. I think it was had like provolone cheese on it. Look at that baby. And the bread was really good too. Had a really nice like Italian bread. Look how nice and crisp and fluffy it is. Look at the texture in that bread. Check that out. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's like I'm looking at Enchanted Rock. Yeah, look at that. Look at that goodness just like in between two pieces of bread. Check that out. Man, that sandwich was really good. That was really good. Gosh, definitely my compliments to Beacon Hill. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Yeah. So we finished up. We ate our sandwiches, and we decided we'd had time because we were going back to the Otaku Cafe afterwards. We were going back to here. After we ate, because a couple of friends wanted to meet up there again. And so we had some time to just walk around that place, and there was like a couple of shops there too that my friend Will frequented. In particular, this one place called, I believe it's called Gigi's. It's called like Gigi's Emporium, and they basically sell a bunch of retro stuff. Retro dolls, retro action figures, comic book stuff. They have like VHS that you can buy, and so interestingly enough, Will, my friend, has been getting heavily into the VHS scene. He's like picked up a couple of VHS decks from like machines from like Goodwill, and tried fixing them up and tried to like use them again. And so there was a good assortment of like VHS tapes there to buy too. At like $3, $5, and $10 around that. And so we go in here. It's a bunch of like vinyl toys as well. A lot of like collectible stuff as well. Really cool, really nice. We saw a bunch of like a VHS rack with a bunch of movies on it, and we were just like going through every one. And Will was kind of like going through like, oh, well, I want this movie, I want this movie. He was like he was definitely interested in buying stuff, but like he had a budget. And one of the movies I saw there that they had on VHS that he did not have in his collection was the Tim Burton's Batman, the first Batman movie. And so I bought this for Will. I think it was like $5, I think, in pretty good condition. And so I bought this as a gift for Will. Yeah. Yeah, because Will has he's got a pretty good collection of VHS tapes, which will definitely be important tomorrow. But yeah. So yeah, we were just there around that area. There's a couple of shops. There's another restaurant that's like really, really good. A Mexican restaurant around there as well. We didn't get to go to because I think they closed early, and they also get like huge lines as well. But yeah, this was fun. This was a fun little excursion before we headed off back to a otaku cafe. Yeah. I love this movie, by the way. This movie is really good. Really, really good. Yeah, there's that sandwich again. And so yeah, we were just here for a bit around this area. There's a bunch of different shops, like I said. Places to get coffee too. Really walkable stuff, really nice stuff. But like after a while, yeah, I think like I think we went back home, back to Will's place first. We rested for a bit, and then we took off back to a taco cafe, as you can see here. And then we just started to do what we do when we get to a taco cafe. We did more rhythm game stuff. Here's Will playing pop-up music. He's really good at it. I don't know how we got to select Ollie, the snowboarding leopard character, because when I played this, I couldn't find him. But for some reason, like I guess because he had like a memory card. These machines have like card systems where you can like save your progress and your data. So I don't know how we got Ollie, but we were doing a couple of stuff like that. They also had like a groove coaster machine that I forgot to play last time, and so I was doing that as well. This was fun. This was also fun. You're tapping this giant button that's in front of you. And you can also like tilt and twirl the button as well. Pretty fun, pretty cool stuff. That was fun. I did some more Waka. Waka is this machine over here. This machine with the lighting pads here. Yeah. So we were here for a bit. We're gonna meet up with friends who are also wanting to come and hang out. In particular, a bunch of furries that wanted to suit and also play DDR. So that was like kind of the main thrust behind returning back to Otaku Cafe, was because a couple of local furries wanted to hang out, chill with us, and also like fursuit while they play DDR. And I have a couple pictures of that, I think, coming up. But yeah, so we head back here. And one of the other things we do here is there's also like a board game section, like I mentioned earlier, and we had like a little board game meetup too. And so one of the games we played was Flamecraft. I played Flamecraft while we were there. If you do not know what Flamecraft is, it's basically a shop game featuring dragons. Very cute dragon art, by the way. Look at this cute dragon art. Look at this stuff. That is gosh darn cute. But this is what the board looks like, as you can see. And basically the whole thing is to basically like gain points of reputation by visiting shops, using abilities or enchantments that are in this middle row right here. It's kind of a bit to set up as well. Lots of instructions, but also kind of fun. You collect resources from like shops as well, and some dragons have like unique abilities. But essentially the thing is to just like the end goal of Flamecraft is to basically earn the most reputation points. And the one with the highest points at the end of the game wins the game. But it took me a while to actually understand what I was going to. Good thing we had a couple of people there that were pretty knowledgeable how to play this game. What was my piece? My piece was this guy over here. This dark blue greenish dragon over here. Everything's really cute. Like your play markers, your character tokens, they're dragons, as you can see. Every little piece of card has like cute dragon art. As you can see, look at they all have like individual abilities as well. Hot dog. Look at this guy. This cute hot dog guy. Gosh darn cute. Gosh, it's so cute. Look at that, how cute that is. Look how gosh darn cute that is. And yeah, you just go around. Everyone has, goes around in turns, visiting shops, acquiring either resources or they're enchanting spells, they're placing dragons, they're drawing dragons. It was a lot to get through, but it was kind of fun in a way too. I did enjoy playing this. It did take a long time to set up, but it was also pretty fun. I had a really nice time. I would definitely try to go back and learn more of this game. Yeah, here's the art book, by the way, which has a lot more character art of the dragons. Yeah, so that was fun. We did that for about an hour or so, which was really fun. And then after that, people were ready to suit up. People were ready to suit up and get to the DDR dance floor. And that's what happened next. My friend Will put on his rabbit fursuit head. Was playing some Bimani, the Bimani machine right here. And then here was a couple other furries over here doing some DDR. I think that might have been the only picture, I think. Now that I think about it, I think that might have been the only picture I took. But you can see people are like in suit on this one machine, DDR machine. I believe this is Dance Rush, right? I think this is Dance Rush, which I believe is made by it's made by Konami, but it's a much bigger, different version of DDR that uses like a more bigger platform. And so there were some furries using this. My friend here, Cuttlebone here, was on this machine with another furry, with a couple other furs. They were also on this DDR machine that was next to them as well, also doing some stuff as well. Just having a nice, fun time in the arcade, playing rhythm games and just chilling and relaxing. It was fun. It was definitely a fun, relaxed afternoon. Yeah. So yeah, we did that for about until like, I think around like 8 or 9. Yeah. Yeah. It was just fun. I don't know. It just had a nice relaxing time, actually. Honestly, I didn't really play that many games the second time I came back. I was mostly just watching everybody else do stuff. Like I was just enjoying watching everyone play rhythm games. It was nice. It was really nice. I really enjoyed my time. But yeah, afterwards it gets to kind of about around, I think around 8:30, right? Starting to get a little late. And so we decided, you know what? We're kind of still hungry. Just weirdly enough, this sandwich didn't fill me up for some reason. Even though you'd think it would fill me up, I was still a little bit hungry. And so Will's like, hey, you want to go home and make breakfast tacos for dinner? And I was like, okay, sure, why not? Let's make breakfast tacos, I guess. And so we went back home after doing all this. After doing, all this stuff. And we made breakfast tacos. And here's the breakfast tacos. That's guacamole right there. There's some sausage pieces in there. 2 nice, good flour tortillas. Guacamole was really good. Will made the guacamole really, really good. And so that was kind of our late dinner. We were kind of just like sitting back, relaxing in his living room, eating. I helped him out in the kitchen, helped him prepare stuff. But he is doing everything in that kitchen, from like cooking chopping ingredients, cooking up the eggs and the sausage and mixing the guacamole. Like he did everything, man. But this turned out really good for like a late meal. Really, really good. I only got two because I was like, after that sandwich, I didn't want to eat too much. I probably could have ate like a third taco, but I was like, no, I think I'm good. I think I'm good with like two. But yeah. What were we watching? We were watching something. I think we were watching Macaw 45. Shout out to Macaw. I don't know what he was playing. He was playing something, so we were sitting down, eating our tacos while also watching Macaw. And that was basically our evening. That was basically Sunday. Not as adventurous as like Saturday, but still nice. Still really nice. More low key, honestly, if anything. And cultured, because we got to go see some art, and we got to see some really nice, lovely art, and also do some retro shopping as well. But yeah, that was Sunday. It was definitely Sunday. It's kind of weird how I didn't actually like get so tired. I still had a lot of energy, honestly. Even by like Sunday, I still had energy. I guess I just did a really good job, like I said before, like pacing myself. So yeah, that was Sunday, yeah. That was Sunday. But that takes us to Monday. My last day in San Antonio. My last day. Well, second to last day, I guess you could say, right? That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense, honestly. Let me take a bit of a breather here. Yeah, Monday we didn't really have much to do. We were kind of, I think by Monday, I think that's when we were starting to feel a little like exhausted. And so Will was like, "Hey, do you just want to hang around my house and do nothing?" And that was a good idea for a little while until we got kind of antsy. Like, I think at this point, by Monday, I was starting to like, I was starting to freak out about Tuesday, which was when I was leaving. And so, I think at that point, my brain started to get agitated. I could definitely feel like he was also starting to get antsy too, because he just didn't have anything to do. And so we decided, you know what, let's just go to a park and just walk somewhere, and we'll just make a day of it that way. And so that's what we do on Monday. We just go out to this local park. It's called, dang it, what's the park called? I'll have to look it up really quick. Let's see here. Let's see. Open maps. I believe the park is called, it's not that far away. It's basically where like, it's basically, so where the park we go to is basically in this area called, what's it called? Hildebrand. I think Hildebrand. It's right next to the University of the Incarnate Word. Basically, we go to this park. It's called the Breckenridge Park. It's also where the Wit Museum is, another museum that we didn't have time to go to. The zoo is also around that area as well. There's also a Japanese tea garden, which I will show in just a bit. But yeah, we go to the Breckenridge Park, which is a pretty big park. There's a bunch of like trails you can also go to. There's a golf course at the end of one of the park entranceways. So yeah, we just go to this local park and just walk around for a bit. We explore this like this there's basically this just jungle, this this jungle gym, I guess, for lack of a better term. This structure that they had where like kids could go to and climb and slide down things, and like it's like a big jungle gym that's no longer being used. It's kind of like left off, basically like decrepit in a way. But we were over here just like kind of doing some like amateur like spelunking in this little like weird leftover jungle gym that the park no longer uses. This area was kind of like fenced off, but it's kind of still open to the public too. Kind of, you can see how like it's a little bit of a secluded area because there's no like everything's like fenced off. But we were around here and around this park just walking around. It was kind of a humid day too, kind of a bit nasty, but it was all right to walk. And so we were doing that for a while. We'll go around these trails. We basically kind of like passed by the entrance of the zoo where this little sign is here. They kind of like really did a good job of just like, I don't know. Everything looked really nice. It's a shame we didn't get to the zoo. But hopefully in a future trip we'll get to go. It's just it's not something I wanted to do, honestly. Also, I just kind of didn't want to go into crowds today. There was a bunch of people like entering the zoo as we were like walking around its entrance. Yeah. But yeah, this whole park area stuff. And then we go up this trail that's nearby. That's kind of like this like an ascending kind of like runner's hill. I think it's called like gorilla alley or trail, gorilla trail. And the reason why they call it gorilla trail is because it goes up. It like, let me show you actually. Let me draw. It basically just like, it's steep. It's a very steep hill that goes up like this. And runners like to go up this hill because like it kind of works out it's a really tough climb and run. And so they call it gorilla. I'm pretty sure it's called gorilla like alley. But it's like in this area where it's connected to the zoo and you can walk around and stuff. And from a high distance, you can even see the Japanese tea garden at the top of this hill. And this is like you can see this is the Japanese tea garden from atop of the gorilla alley. And look, there's San Antonio. There's downtown right here. There's downtown all the way down back here. Yeah, and so we walked around this area. There's also a amphitheater that's nearby as well. Check out this amphitheater. It's pretty huge. Yeah, really nice stuff. Really huge too. I wonder if they do musical stuff here. I'm not sure. But it's nice that they have this kind of stuff here. I don't think I've ever seen an amphitheater this size before. And so we walk around this trail. And then we eventually reach the Japanese tea garden. Which, if you know what a Japanese tea garden looks like, it's famously depicted, I believe, in San Francisco. I think San Francisco has the most notable like Japanese tea garden in the country, but San Antonio has one of their own as well. It's not as big, but it is really beautiful. It is really nice. And here it is. Here's the Japanese tea garden. There's a little waterfall around here in this area. Multiple paths. Lots of like flowers and just a lot of really neat like plants and vegetation. There's koi fish in these ponds too. Look at this koi fish. Lots of koi fish too. Yeah, really nice and peaceful. Even though there was quite a crowd there, but it was really nice. This was actually kind of worth it, like coming here actually. Yeah, because I had never been to a Japanese tea party before. Also, the music keeps on running out. Stop running out, music. There we go. But yeah, I mean, we just went through these little pathways. Some really beautiful flowers too. Yeah, here's the pagoda. This is at the entrance. By the way, this whole structure is like at the top of the tea garden. Nice and shady. There was also like a cafe as well, but the cafe was closed. Really nice, just really nice. Like all this, look at this stonework. Look at all this stonework that went into this Japanese tea garden. Yeah, you can see there's more koi fish here too. I mean, yeah. Big koi fish too. I don't think I've ever had seen koi fish that big before. But yeah, that was really nice. I also saw this plant as well. I believe this is called a bird of paradise, right? I believe this is what this is called. Bird of paradise. Yeah, it's a bird of paradise. And these, apparently the flower on these things are like really hard to bloom. They're really delicate. And so in order for them to bloom, they have to have the right environment. And thankfully we got to see one here. This one was really beautiful, by the way. Really beautiful. Yeah. I love the colors here. I love the blue with the orange, a little bit of violet as well, some red. Just a really beautiful plant. But yeah. Here's another shot here. Here's the waterfall right here. Here's the waterfall flowing from the top. You can see people like are up here as well. This is where we were walking before. On that giant hill. It gives you kind of a perspective of where I was when I was taking that other picture. It's from this vantage point here. But yeah, we walked around here for a bit. We took some pictures. It was really nice and chill and cozy. But we're also getting pretty sweaty. It was pretty humid outside and we were kind of getting thirsty. And so we kind of left. We took this long little path outward. This long little alleyway. And I believe there was a Starbucks nearby. That was like the only thing that was open was a Starbucks. And so I went to my first Starbucks here in this trip. The only Starbucks trip that I had on this trip was on Monday. I got myself a green tea lemonade, I think. Yeah, green tea lemonade because I was really thirsty. I was really thirsty. It was really humid on this day. Really humid. Like it wanted to rain and yet the clouds were just like the clouds did not want to give up its rain. But yeah, we went to like a local Starbucks, and then from there I think we were hungry, and so I was like, hey, what do you want to eat? I finally got around to thinking, well, you know what? Why don't we get pizza? Because pizza is always a good option. And so we head over. Thankfully, there was a good place nearby, about 5 minutes away from this park called Pizza Classics. And the name is as it describes. It is classic pizza. No frills, no crazy ingredients, just good basic pizza. And so we went there and oh, thank you for the stretch, King Panda. Oh, stretch time for King Panda. Okay, there we go. Stretching like the dough at Pizza Classics. Stretching like the dough at Pizza Classics. How are you doing, King Panda? Welcome on in. Welcome on into my crazy long Enchanted Rock trip weekends recap extravaganza. I did all this stuff. We're on Monday. We're on Monday. You missed all these days. I climbed a mountain. I climbed this. Yeah, I climbed this. I went to a rat barber. Yeah, rat barber. I met a robot. I met a robot. I went to anime arcade. I had kung fu noodles. Look at that noodle. Look at that bowl. Look at that bowl. Look at it. Oh, sorry. Check that out. Yeah. There were furries there. Look at that. Look at that furry on top of that mountain. Look at that. Look at that. And so yeah, that was fun. Here's me. Here's me and Merle. I don't know how Merle got here. Somehow he sneaked into my backpack while I didn't notice and came along with me. I swear that fox. I swear. Anywho, but yeah. Play a lot of board games too. Splendor. That was kind of fun. And then Saturday I went to like an art show. Went to an art show at like a rock venue. Look at that. Good local artistic vibes. I bought a couple print stuff. Look at that. And I had a big ass sandwich. Bought some VHS tapes. Went back to the arcade and played more rhythm games. Played Flamecraft. I played Flamecraft. That was fun. Cute dragons. Look at that. Okay. And so yeah, we're back on Sunday. We went out for like a little walk in the park. Went to a Japanese tea garden, as you can see. Really beautiful. And then we're basically here. We went to go get pizza afterwards at this place called Pizza Classics. And we had a really good pizza. You know what the serendipity is? That we went on a day where they basically, you buy one pizza, you get one pizza free. So we were like super lucky that we came to Pizza Classics on a Monday when they had that special, because we got 2 pies. We got a pepperoni pie and a mushroom pie. And yeah, that pizza was good too. I support the business that gives a buy one get one free pizza promo. You need to support more pizza shops like that. So that was good. That was really good. That was really, really good pizza. Like really, really good. Like my pizza luck on this trip was really good because on the first day of my trip, I also had pizza, and it was really good. And I had good pizza again. That was good. Good trip with good pizza is always the defining traits of a good trip. If you have good pizza on your trip, that means you're having a good trip. And this was really good pizza. Look at that. Look at that cheesy, melty goodness. But yeah, I don't think I even ate all of it. I think I ate like half of it. And because I also had like salad with it too. And I think we also took like half of the mushroom pizza and like ate the rest for dinner, or saved some of the rest for dinner. Because afterwards we went back and we kind of didn't do a lot of much else. We just kind of just like napped, we chilled out, we hanged, we were just like doing, you know, our own thing, just like not doing much, just hanging out, talking and stuff. That was basically our Monday. Our Monday was pretty chill. Like the most chill out of all these days was probably Monday. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Definitely for sure. Yeah. But it was nice. It was still good. Like there was not a bad day in the bunch, honestly. Not one single bad day in the bunch. So yeah, we come home from Pizza Classics. We're a little sweaty. I think I take a shower. So does Will. And so we're just hanging out. And so like, hey, why don't we have a movie night? Especially since we had been to Gigi's, the Emporium, the retro Emporium, and picked up some VHSs. Why don't we watch some movies on VHS? Have a nice little movie night together. And so that's what we do. We have a little movie night. Will make some popcorn. We actually moved some because his VHS set is like his so here it is actually. So here's movie night. Here's movie night. This is the TV he has in his office. It's basically like a Samsung, like a CRT. 32-inch, I believe, is a 32-inch screen. There are a couple of VHS players right here. One of them doesn't work. One of them, like, the machine works, but it can't rewind. So we were like testing out a couple of films, and yeah, he moved around like the chairs in his office so we could have a nice like sitting area. Put out some blankets. Ooh, excuse me, too much water. Put out some blankets, some pillows. It was a nice little like sleepover thing. It was kind of cute. He made popcorn. And so we watched Raiders of the Lost Ark on VHS, which I think is a movie that I've seen so many times. It's one of my favorite like Steven Spielberg films. Definitely probably one of my favorites in regard to the like the Indiana Jones like franchise. Oops. But yeah. So that was fun. It was a fun little way to cap off kind of, you know, a sleepy, lazy kind of Monday. Yeah, we had a really nice time watching VHS. We started watching Alien on VHS because he had a copy of that too. But like we only got like a quarter of a way into that movie before we started like fall asleep. And so I was like, you know what? Why don't we go to bed? It's probably late. We should probably get to bed. It's tired. Tomorrow I have to start packing to leave on my trip back home. So like after like Raiders of the Lost Ark and a little bit of like Alien, the original Alien, we decided, yeah, okay, we'll go to bed. And so that kind of ended our Monday, honestly, which is a shame. It was a really nice day. It was a really nice like way to cap off a Monday. I had really a good time. A really good time. Yeah. Yeah. We just did, I don't know. It was really nice and, peaceful. We didn't really do much. We just walked around. Um, we just admired the sights really and just ate pizza. Honestly, that's a good trip, right? That's like, yeah, that's a really good trip. In anyone's book, that's a really good trip. Yeah, there's the downtown of San Antonio right there. Yeah, that was a very beautiful, like, Japanese tea garden. No tea though. That's no, surprising lacking of tea though. That's the only thing I'll have complaints. There's no tea. No tea at all. So little points off for that. um I think we only were out for like an hour or two, like 2 hours at most. No, 3 hours. 3 hours if you also add in like the time we had like at Pizza Classics, which that was really good. If you're ever in this area of San Antonio and you want just like a good quality pizza, go to Pizza Classics. Go to Pizza Classics. And yeah, that was Monday. That was kind of the last day. Well, yeah, more or less. From this point, yeah, I was kind of mentally preparing myself to go home, honestly. Which I was starting to a little bit like dread on like Sunday. Was kind of feeling like, oh dear, oh man, shit, this is, and everything's going by so fast. Feels like Saturday was just like a blinking of an eye, and we're already Sunday, and then it'll be Monday, and it'll be Tuesday, and it'll be gone. I'll be back home. So it was like it was starting to really dawn on me. Like I was like I had it in the back of my head that I was like, oh man, stuff's over. Like after this movie night, like stuff is over, and that kind of made me sad. Honestly, I was kind of when I woke up on like Monday or sorry Tuesday was kind of feeling a little sad. It's definitely feeling a little bit of like sadness because I was like, yeah, this is the last day I'm gonna spend here. Or the last morning, I should say. Um, yeah. And so I think we woke up around 8 or 9. I think at 9 to get breakfast at this local taco place. I forget what it's called. I think it's called um what is this place called? Let me look it up really quick. Let me look it up really quick. Because this place was like kind of close by too. It was like down the street, and I probably should have like. Oh gosh, come on. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, there he goes. Houston Street, I think. Yeah, Houston Street. Con Huevos Tacos. That's what it's called. Yeah, Con Huevos Tacos. Yeah, that's what it's called. Con Huevos Tacos. Apparently, it got like named the best tacos in all of San Antonio. And so we went there in the morning to like check them out. Last day stuff. Yeah. Hold on, let me wait for this. Is it the ad starting or no? Okay. No, it's not. Okay, good. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, we went here around 9, I think. Yeah. Yeah, around 9. Just a second here. I'm trying to like figure out. Here, I'm just trying to save all this stuff for future reference. Because sometimes when I enter like Google Maps, they have like listings. I like to make sure I like save where I go. That way, next time I can just like have it for easy reference. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, all right. So yeah, so Con Huevos Tacos. Apparently they have the best tacos in all San Antonio, so we decided to get their breakfast. Really like a really small shack. Like this building was pretty small, but they had like a nice awning, like nice patio place. In particular, this little guy was hanging out in front, waiting for us while we ordered. Look at this little guy. This cute little kitty. He was just sleeping outside this menu board, just being just lost, just being a cuddly little kitty, sleeping next to this this menu board here. And so I took little pictures of this cat. You can tell this food is good when there's a cat like hanging out. I guess. Chillest cat. Just the chillest cat. Because I went over and like I give it a little bit of head scritchies. Just the chillest cat. And I guess maybe it was waiting for like people to like give it food, right? But yeah, I was just there hanging out, which was a good omen, honestly. For me, it's a good omen when a cat is like outside a restaurant. But tacos were good. These were good tacos. I ordered like I ordered a bacon and egg taco. Pretty classic. I don't know what Will ordered. What did Will order? I forgot what he ordered. He ordered something around here. One of these specialty tacos. Yeah. Here's what we ordered. Oh, this is a picture of the outside. Apparently, even here, I cannot escape Teslas. I cannot escape the Tesla scourge, even in San Antonio. Yeah, here's what we ordered. Yeah, I had just a plain like bacon and egg taco with some cantaloupe juice as well. That was really good cantaloupe juice, or as we like to call it, agua fresca. But that was really good. That was really good stuff. Yeah. So a really nice simple breakfast because I didn't want to eat anything heavy. Because I despise going on anything public transportation wise and having to use the bathroom. I just don't want it. I don't want that to happen. I'd rather just wait until I get home to use the bathroom or somewhere like I feel comfortable in. I do not like using public restrooms. I just do not. So whenever I'm on a trip, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat light. I'm not gonna eat anything heavy. I don't want to have to go to the bathroom until I absolutely need to. Yeah. But that was good. That was good breakfast. That was a really good, good breakfast taco. Nothing fancy, just simple. Just a simple bacon and egg taco, which to me is like, that's like home to me. That's comfort food because like growing up, my grandma, bless her soul, would wake up at the crack of like 4 a.m. to prepare like breakfast. She would make She would make tortillas. She would make the refried beans. She would cook all the food for everyone who was about to wake up. And so having something like this is just like pure comfort food for me. Like just a good, just like bacon and egg breakfast taco is just comfort food. So it was nice having that like on my last day. But yeah, my bus did not leave until I believe my bus didn't leave until like 1:15 in the afternoon. So we had a couple like breakfast was like over by like 10-ish. Will even asked me if there was like any place I wanted to go to. But I just didn't have like, I don't know, I didn't know what else to do. So at this point where I was just like, yeah, let's just go back home and just wait until it's time for you to take me to the bus station. And so that's what we did. Yeah, let me just hold for a bit, let that ad play. But yeah. I have to say all the food on this trip was like really good. Like really, really good. Really, really good. There wasn't a bad restaurant on this entire list. Granted, I didn't go to a lot of restaurants, but the restaurants I did go, I would go back to again. I would definitely go back to again. But yeah. But yeah, that was yeah. So like, yeah, I think this was around 10, 11. My bus didn't leave until like 1:15, and I had to be there before 12:30. And so that gave us a time to just go back to Will's place and just hang out for a little bit more before I had to go. I kind of didn't want to think about it too much, honestly. I think the more I started to think about leaving, the more I started to get more sadder. And so I was just trying to just like comfort myself to not think about it. But yeah. But from this point on, we went back to we went back to Will's place. I almost slipped there. I almost slipped. We go back to Will's place and hang out for a bit before he has to take me to the bus station, which was nice. We're just watching some YouTube videos on his couch, talking about future plans and stuff. You know, I don't know. I guess I was just like trying not to think too much about leaving, not get too sad about it. But yeah, at some point it got close to like 12:30. He had wanted to go to the gym afterwards too, and so we were starting to pack up. I made sure I took everything that I had brought with me. I made sure I packed the prints, the art prints that I bought on Sunday. I made sure I packed those up in a place where they wouldn't get crushed. Thankfully, they came back all right. No creases or fold like that. They all came nice and safe. Thank goodness. And so yeah, packed up, and then about 12, maybe 12:15, we left for the bus station. And yeah, here it is. Yeah, look at how busy this place is. This is not the Greyhound bus station. This is another bus company called Tornado, who does like direct routes through a lot of the country, including Mexico. As you can see, there's a lot of people waiting for departures. And so me and Will, we just hang out for about like 15 minutes. And then at some points, like around, like, I think a little before around 12:30, Will gets up and he has to leave. He leaves me. We say our goodbyes, essentially. we hugged and we said our goodbyes, and yeah, and that was it. When he left, I kind of wanted to leave so badly. Like I just wanted my bus to get here and so I just get on and go. But gosh, the heck, the bus was late. The bus was late by like 20 minutes. Wouldn't you know it? At the moment where I wanted to leave so badly, the bus was like, "Nope, we're gonna make this excruciatingly painful for you in your moment of feels." So I had to wait like an extra 20 minutes for my bus to come back to like show up. Again, I don't know why my buses were late during this whole escapade. They just were, and it kind of sucked. That was the only sucky thing about traveling, was that well, no, the guy like sitting next to me on my trip up was pretty sucky, but was like being here alone in this bus station waiting for my bus to arrive, while also kind of feeling kind of sad. Yeah, and thankfully it came soon. Like I think the departure time was only off by like 10 minutes or so. So in retrospect, it wasn't that bad, but I don't know. I was kind of vulnerable. It's kind of like feeling it, so to speak. I just wanted to get on and leave. And here I was in this room full of strangers, kind of just like wishing like I could just like either quickly go home or just stay with Will. Yeah. Oh, how I just wanted to stay. But I had to go home. And so, yeah, thankfully the bus came soon. And what was it, 10 minutes? No, it could have been more. Maybe my brain is like kind of misremembering, but no, thankfully it came. The bus came, thankfully, and I was on my way home. I think I got back like around, I think my bus got in around 5, I think 5:30. But what was worse was kind of the more suckier thing is that I had to take another bus back to home, my actual home, because if you remember at the beginning of the trip, I took a shuttle from here to the bus station that I left from. So I had to do the thing too. I had to wait for a shuttle, and the shuttle took about like 20 minutes to arrive when I got back in Brownsville. So I had to wait a couple more there, and then I had to and then from getting back to here, I had to walk home because I didn't have anyone to pick me up, which was kind of, I think it was like a mile. I think I had to walk a mile, suitcase and luggage with me back home because there was someone to pick me up. So it was a pretty lonely kind of like trek back home. But thankfully I made it all in one piece. And I did make it home eventually, like around 7. I think I made it back home around 7 evening, 7 p.m. Thankfully there was a lot of daylight still, so I wasn't walking like in the dark or something like that. But yeah, I did have to like walk home. I basically made the trip all the way home all by myself. Yeah, but I made it. I did make it home. And yeah, that was it. Before the blink of an eye, I was back home. Thank goodness too. Like I hate long trips. I mean I hate long travel. I don't hate trips. I just hate long travel. But thankfully I made it back home in one piece. Yeah, and I snagged this photo right as I was like turning the corner to my apartment. I took this picture. But yeah, that was the trip. Yeah. Kind of crazy what transpired in all these days. And honestly, I was kind of afraid I wasn't going to be able to go because, truth be told, the day before, um, my dad had to be taken to the hospital. Um, and so I had to deal with a lot of that stuff on Wednesday, and I wasn't really sure about going on this trip on Wednesday. And I had to like soul search. I had to talk to a lot of friends about it. And they all kind of agreed that like, hey, you should really go on this trip because like for one, you earned it, and two, you need it. And so I'm glad I listened to their advice and actually went on this trip. Because I was feeling a little guilty too. I felt kind of like I was abandoning, my mom in that, situation. But the thing is, like, I had planned for this trip. I had bought and paid for the tickets. I couldn't refund them. And like right now, like stuff is pretty hard right now living at home. My dad's very sick. He can't walk. Can't even walk to the bathroom. He needs help doing that. And so like it's been a very painful past 2 months. One where it's been very challenging to like stream, find the encouragement or like the enthusiasm to stream because of just dealing with my father's health. It's just me and my mom having to look after him, and I'm busy with streaming and my mom's busy with work, and sometimes he's left all by himself and he needs help like walking and getting up, and he's frail and sickly, and it's terrible. And I needed this trip so badly because like I had kind of been running almost on empty. So I'm glad I kind of like I did this. I'm really glad I did this. Because I needed it. I desperately needed it. I needed this experience because I think if I had not gone on it, I think I would have been more. I think I would have just hated myself more for not going. So I'm kind of glad I did do this. Things aren't certainly better here. Especially since my dad came home from the hospital I think he came home on Sunday. Yeah, he came home on Sunday, from the hospital. But yeah, it's been kind of rough. Honestly. So yeah, and it's going to be continuing to be more rough here, unfortunately. He still can't walk. He still can't get up to the bathroom. I have to help him with that. It's very challenging. I am not a very strong individual, and he is not the most, how should I put this? Easiest of patients to deal with. Yeah, I think I'll put it at that. So it's tough. It's really tough. And I feel like I'm barely like on some days like afloat. Some days I feel like I am just like treading water. Like everything is sinking and I am just like trying my best to keep everything together. And it's a lot physically and it's a lot emotionally. And so I've had to deal with this for like the past 2 months, and it's been kind of incredibly draining. Like I don't really know how to like put it across how like draining it's been, especially since I've been back too. Like I feel like all the energy I got from this trip got immediately used the moment I came back. Um, that's how I'm feeling right now. Like I feel very tired right now. When I think I feel like I should feel more like I should feel like more energized, right? I kind of feel the opposite. Um, yeah. Yeah. So that's something I'm gonna have to deal with going forward. It's gonna complicate stuff going forward, streaming wise. I don't know if I'm gonna able to keep up a consistent stream schedule. We'll see. I barely had energy today to do this stream, and I guess you know I should be proud of myself. I got through it. I got through like what? How long did I stream for today? What? How long has this recap been so far? Like almost 6 hours, right? Pretty lengthy. Let me just make sure just to see. 5 hours. 5 hours. I mean, I'm gonna go 5 hours. I've been on. If it would pop up, let me see. I have been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, you know what? You know what? Cool. I thought it was longer. I honestly thought it was longer. But yeah, that's kind of the situation right now. It's not pleasant. It sucks. Sometimes I just don't feel I have the energy to do much. I feel like I'm running on like survival mode. I'm trying my best here, and it's really hard right now. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on right now. Yeah, but I'm glad I went on this trip. I'm glad I did this. Yeah, I'm glad I did this. I'm glad I did this. Yeah. Who I also want to thank. I want to also thank someone else for making this trip possible before I you know, so I'm getting starting to wrap things up. My voice is starting to get really tired and sore. I need to like stop talking for the rest of the day. For the rest of the day. But there is one person I want to thank. Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for supporting me. I know some of y'all support me more than others, and I want to thank you because with your support, your generous support, you let me go on this trip. You know, purchase tickets, have the money to actually spend, you know, and stuff like that. So I want to thank all of you watching, first and foremost. Thank you for everything. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And to the people who encouraged me as well to go on this trip, I thank you as well. Thank you for giving me the courage to do this. Thank you for giving me the strength to do this. You guys mean so much to me. You guys mean the world to me. But most importantly, I also want to thank a friend who helped me, who was like the most gracious host and person along this trip's way. And I thank them for inviting me on this trip, hosting me, like allowing me to stay at their you know, their house. I want to thank my friends. I want to thank my friend Will. Thank you for inviting me into your home, for being an amazing friend and an amazing person. I know just by talking to you and by like getting to know you better, you're very like, you know, you're very, you know, you like to be very mindful who you share your space with. And And for some reason, you have allowed me to come into your life. And I thank you so much for that. I don't know what I did, honestly. I don't know how, especially after the rough past we've kind of had together. But I want to thank you for this weekend, first and foremost. Thank you for inviting me to Enchanted Rock. Thank you for inviting me up to this trip. Thank you for being, patient with me and everything. And thanks for the stupid bullying you give me at times. all the teasing you do at me sometimes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of this. It was a blast, and I really do hope we get to share another weekend together soon. And not like soon, not like soon and like far off soon. I mean soon, like immediately, like as soon as possible. Because that's how much you mean to me. But yeah. Thank you, Will. All right, that's the trip. Sorry, I'll make you all sad and teary eyed at the end there. It's an experience, right? All these trips are experiences that make you grow in the best possible way. I think this trip has definitely done the same. Every trip that I've had definitely has made me experience a good growth of a person. Yeah, and I'm grateful. I'm so grateful I got to go on this trip. So grateful, so grateful. But yeah, that's it. That's the trip. Thank you all for everybody who stuck with me, who did this whole thing. I don't know how long of you was along for the ride, who stayed at the beginning. But if you did, you earned like a gold star from me. Thank you for sticking with this. It's a long one. I haven't done I think the TFF trip was equally as long, probably even more longer. Yeah, I think the TFF recap was longer, actually, much longer. But I don't know. I think I enjoyed this trip more. Like, I feel like I enjoyed just this experience a lot more than I did TFF, because there was a lot of conflicting emotions when I went up for TFF. Like, I was dealing with a lot of mentally. Here, every day was special and fun and good and great, and days that I would want to relive again and again and again, right? TFF was so conflicted because just dealing with the chaos of a furry convention, and then everything I was dealing with behind the scenes mentally. This was a lot more better. And so I think that's why I enjoyed this trip more. I would probably do this again, honestly. This was really good. It's a really good trip. So yeah, that's my trip. Thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you everyone for joining along the storytelling. Thank you so much. It was a doozy. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed coming along for this. It was fun. Yeah, thank you, Zap. Thank you, Zap, for being here. Thank you everyone for being here. I guess I should look for a raid target since we're done. Just a reminder going forward, I don't know how streams will be going. I'll see if I'll stick to the same schedule I've been going for a while. But if I have to make any like changes, just be aware. Things are kind of still rocky right now for me. Yesterday was pretty hard mentally. Just had some stuff that I had to take care of for my parents and for my dad that just kind of like mentally just drained myself. So I have to take care. I just have to take that into consideration when I do streaming, because I have to just like spend this energy trying to like deal with everything right now, and it's pretty hard. So streams might become a little infrequent or crazy or out of place or just not when they expect. So just kind of be advised for that while I deal with all this stuff. Yeah. Okay, I should stop talking, right? I should probably stop talking because my voice is like starting to like give out. Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you all for everything. Thank you for the who rated me earlier. Who rated me? Raxi. Thank you, Raxi, for the raid earlier. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go like stop talking and enjoy the rest of my evening and get some dinner because I haven't eaten since like breakfast. And even then, my breakfast was pretty light. It was like a bunch of like muffins and some iced coffee. That was basically it. That's all I've had. So I need to go like eat something. Let's see here. Who is on that we could raid? Let's see here. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Let's see here. I'm probably gonna raid if they're on. Yeah, you know what? I think I will do that, actually. Yeah. Okay, since they're not on, let's go raid Bug Husbands. I love Bug Husbands. I believe they are streaming Split Fiction, which is that game from the same company that made A Way Out. It's basically a simultaneous co-op action game where you and a friend basically play as a team doing these objectives and stuff. It's the same people who made It Takes Two, same developer. So we're gonna go ahead and raid them and say hello. But yeah, that'll do it for me today. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for sharing this adventure along with me. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, hopefully I get to see you again sometime soon. Thank you all for joining. Let me just, where do we go here? Oh yeah, let's see here. Let's transition over here, guys. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Follow me on Blue Sky, Twitter, Discord, all that that's good stuff. If you have any emotes, go use my emotes. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here today. Yeah, this was fun. This was really fun. Hopefully I get to take my next trip soon because I need it. I'm already in like desperate need for my next trip. So yeah. Hopefully that happens sooner rather than later. But until then, you all enjoy the rest of your evenings. Thank you all for tuning on in. And hopefully I get to see you again soon. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and thank you all for watching. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for being a part of this trip. Thank you so much. Love you all. Love you all so much. Shout out to Will. He couldn't make it to the recap because he's out of town right now. But this is for you, buddy. Thank you for this trip. Thank you for inviting me to Enchanted Rock. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Enjoy your evenings. Bye bye, y'all. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.